Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live coverage. Today we are covering the winter storm that is ramping up right now across the southern plains, and as we go into tomorrow, this is going to be impacting the southeast and as well as the Ohio Valley, where we are expecting a full-blown major and perhaps even historic winter storm to take place. And so far, this winter storm is running well ahead of schedule and is also producing way more snow than we expected due to the temperatures actually being colder here across the southern plains. So in this live stream, we're going to break down exactly what you need to know about this winter storm, what it'll be doing here across the southern plains, and exactly what we're expecting in terms of total snowfall and as well as ice accumulation as this winter storm continues to ramp up and dumps tons of snow and as well as ice. We also have several different live chasers out there today, several different live cameras that we'll be utilizing throughout today's live stream. Today's live stream also will not be 12 hours long like what we had with our last winter storm stream. It'll probably be closer to like 3 or 4 at the most. I don't foresee us being live the entire night, but we're going to go over what you can expect tonight and exactly when the worst of this is going to be happening. So this is what it looks like on the live radar right now across the southern plains. We got snow falling across most of Oklahoma. We actually have a dry slot right now that is feeding back over into western Oklahoma and also back over into West Texas, which is limiting how much snowfall is falling in western Oklahoma. Lots of freezing rain and snow and as well as sleet falling across areas like North Texas back into Arkansas. Bottom left of your screen, that is Brandon Kopic, who's currently located back over in northeast Texas, and he is driving through a pretty big patch right now of freezing rain, which is going to lead to significant ice accumulation that could cause major travel impacts on the roadways. We've already seen a lot of people slide off the roads today. You should not be traveling if you are in a winter storm warning because other drivers do not know how to drive in these sorts of conditions, and some might be out there that are not good at driving, so it's probably best for you to stay home today if you can across North Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. The snow is starting to ramp up back over in Arkansas as well. It is really starting to ramp up on the western half of the state. You'll notice that the radar is showing a lot of pink. Just keep in mind that actually a lot of this is snow that's falling. We can verify that with storm chasers and as well as live cameras such as this one, which is on Radar Omega. You can see here just out of the Perry County area, it's mostly snow right now. Thus, you know, this is going to just continue to ramp up here. The reason why I'm showing you this is because, again, the radar right now is showing a lot of pink, so that's kind of representative of more of sleet, but instead we're actually talking more about heavy snowfall right now. Notice the temperature is actually dropping right now. We're down to 28 degrees. Now keep in mind, snow can fall at any sort of temperature under 38 degrees, but the other thing we need to keep in mind is that aloft, the temperatures are a bit warmer, which in this particular part of Arkansas, they are not warmer than freezing, which means most of what we're seeing right now is snow. There will likely be a little mix of some snow and sleet here in just a little bit, but it'll be mostly snow here, I think, across central Arkansas over the next several hours. And then again, back over in Oklahoma, we've been dealing with a ton of snow across the state. Heavy bands of snow right now moving towards the I-40 corridor, going towards Fort Smith, just east of Oklahoma City. And this is only going to continue for the next several hours. And then once we go later into tonight, we are expecting that this right here is going to start to develop more into a significant band of heavy snow. And that will eventually go into areas like North Texas and Oklahoma, which will dump additional snowfall on top of what we've already seen. And also, I do want to point out that a few locations have already seen significant snowfall accumulation. Sherman, Texas is up to 5 inches of snowfall already, according to reports in that area. Porter, Oklahoma is up to, I think, 6 or 7 inches of snow now, and we are still really early into this winter storm. I mean, we are still talking about the potential of doubling those numbers as we go into tonight. This winter storm is overperforming thus far, which is why I'm, going live here. I wasn't initially going to live coverage this, but, it's actually worse than we initially thought in terms of total snowfall accumulation. So let's kind of take you through some of the forecast graphics and give you an idea of what will be happening here over the next several hours. We'll begin with the watches and as well as the warnings out there. Keys at the bottom of your screen. Let me just refresh this to make sure it's updated. All right, there we go. So this is the latest in terms of watches and warnings across the board. Give me 1 second. It is not proportional to the screen. All right, there we go. So these are the watches and warnings that we got ongoing right now. So all the pinks are going to be winter storm warnings. Obviously, there are a ton of winter storm warnings in effect in Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas. The entire state of Tennessee is included in winter storm warnings. They just issued a, I believe, some sort of emergency that they just issued that, I think, like 20 or 30 minutes ago. If somebody has the link to that, send it to me on Discord. But we do have at least right as of right now, the Tennessee governor did say that there's now emergency emergency in place because of the winter storm warnings that are in effect. They are expecting significant snowfall accumulation as we go into tomorrow morning. Back over in the Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi, you are also under winter storm warnings right now. Winter weather advisories are in effect across Texas, Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio. We are expecting at least a few inches of snow in those areas, and also the potential for some icing if you're back down on the southern edge here of the winter weather advisories, which include central Texas. Even central Alabama and Georgia are included in those. All right, let's take you through the future radar and give you an idea of what to expect for the rest of today, and as well as what we're expecting as we go into tomorrow. Let me just refresh this real quick to make sure it is locked and loaded. Somebody just said in chat, phones keep going off here in East Tennessee over the state of emergency. We have, all right, I think I got specific details on that. All right, so this is, according to the governor in Tennessee, they have issued a state of emergency to provide regulatory relief due to the winter storm that's going to be happening in Tennessee tomorrow. The state is at a level 3. I don't know what that means, but you will probably know what that means if you're in Tennessee. So they're under a level 3. I don't know what that means, but there you go. That's, again, from the Tennessee governor. They are now under a state of emergency for this winter storm. All right, let's talk more about the timing of this winter storm. Again, this thing has actually, become worse over the last several hours. It is more intense than what we initially thought. Heavier snowfall is really ramping up again across Oklahoma and Arkansas, and it's only going to ramp up as we continue to go through the evening hours tonight. Notice by around about 9 o'clock or so, we are going to be talking about a lot of heavy snowfall across the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, back into central Arkansas, and we're also going to even see some light to moderate snowfall back over in areas like Kansas, Oklahoma, and as well as Missouri. So if you're back over in those areas, you can expect a little bit of additional snowfall accumulation on what you saw out of the last winter storm just a few days ago. As we go into the overnight hours, this winter storm will continue to track east. Snow will start to wind down in North Texas a little bit after midnight tonight. So if you're back over in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the worst of the impacts will really be here over the next several hours. But we are expecting it to ramp up this evening, and as well as into the early overnight hours before eventually tapering down a little after 3 to 4 in the morning. We're also going to have a lot of sleet falling across the board, especially in southern Arkansas and northern Mississippi. This is the region where we do expect some more significant ice accumulation. So again, a lot of schools are expected to be closed because of this event. If you don't have to travel, I would not travel tomorrow. It is going to be very dangerous if you have any sort of ice accumulation. As we go into tomorrow morning, the snow will start to move into the Ohio Valley and Dixie Alley. Moderate to heavy snowfall in Arkansas, Tennessee, northern Georgia, northern Alabama, and Mississippi. Sleet is ramping up here across Mississippi and Alabama as well. Areas like Atlanta, Georgia will likely start as snow and then transition to sleet, which will go from, again, a few inches of snow accumulation to icing on the roadways, which again is just going to be a recipe for disaster for any untreated roadways. As we go into the early afternoon on Friday, the snow continues across the Ohio Valley. Tennessee is going to be getting hammered pretty much all day tomorrow with moderate to heavy snowfall, and we are expecting several inches there. It's not even going to end really until after sunset tomorrow in Tennessee. We are still going to be talking about light to moderate snowfall for most of the mid-Atlantic and the Ohio Valley before eventually, as we go into late Friday night and early Saturday morning, this is moving towards the East Coast where it will eventually start to weaken and not be nearly as relevant of a winter storm. So today and tomorrow are really the two big days right now for this winter storm. So in terms of additional snowfall accumulation, I would say this includes what we've already seen and what is still to come. Overall, most areas in Dallas, Fort Worth, and just north of there are still forecasted to see anywhere from 3 to 8 inches of snow. There could be a couple of spots near the Red River near 10 to 12 inches of snow, especially what we've already seen. So we are still expecting some significant winter storm conditions there all the way through tonight. And then back over in western Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma, I don't think we're going to go over 14 inches of snow. It's possible in an isolated location. I think most of these areas, though, will still be anywhere from 6 to 12 inches of snow just around and west and south of Little Rock. So make sure you're ready for that. Many areas like Potter, Arkansas have already picked up on 6 inches of snow accumulation, which again is much quicker than we expected. So this snow is just going to keep stacking up. We initially thought that the snow initially when it hit the ground would melt because the temperatures would be near freezing. They're about 3 to 4 degrees colder than forecasted, which again is really accumulating all the snow. It started this morning and it's just going to continue to pile up. The temperatures are not going to warm up enough to the point where this is just going to all of a sudden melt or anything like that at this point for many of these areas. Back over near Memphis and as well as western Tennessee, we are expecting several inches of snow here as well. I would give it about 5 to 9 inches in that area. If you're in Memphis, I would probably expect around the 7 to 8 inch mark. And then northern Mississippi, same story, around 5 to 9 inches of snow on the northern side of the state. Again, the sharp line here is dividing the sleet and as well as the snow. It is a very sharp divide. So unfortunately, if you're really here in northern Louisiana, you're probably not going to see much snow. If you traveled 30 to 40 miles north, you're going to be running into perhaps up to a foot of snowfall. Now, in terms of sleet, we'll also show you the snowfall accumulation further to the east in just a second. In terms of sleet that you can expect out of this, which will accumulate to ice, we are expecting significant amount of sleet across North Texas, southern Arkansas, northern Mississippi, and back into Alabama. A lot of sleet is expected. Now, again, 3 inches of sleet does not mean we are going to be talking about widespread power outages, but it is a possibility that we could still see some power outages from this winter storm, but this is going to create very slick roadways, so make sure if you're anywhere in southern Arkansas, or really anywhere even in the orange shaded areas, that you're just not traveling if you don't have to, unless it's an emergency or if it's like mandatory that you have to go somewhere. Again, you really should not be out there because, you know, there are drivers out there that don't know how to drive in winter storms and they think they can, and then they end up sliding off the road. So probably not a good idea to be out there. And we'll also be seeing some sleet and freezing rain back over into the southeast, including central Georgia and Alabama. This is almost going to reach Florida tomorrow, which is crazy. The 8RRR model continues to push this further down to the south, so both Georgia and Alabama can expect the potential here for some sleet, which will lead to slick roadways. South Carolina and North Carolina in the same story, and then back over into southeast Virginia as well. A little bit of sleet will be out there, which any untreated roadways, again, will be dangerous. In terms of total snowfall accumulation, again, this is an estimate, but most areas here across Tennessee can expect anywhere from 4 to as well as 10 inches of snowfall, and there will also be a couple of isolated locations, especially in the higher elevations like the Appalachian Mountains, to get closer to 10 to 12 inches of snowfall. Almost all of Kentucky will be around 2 to 4 inches of snow as well. Ohio, Indiana, same story, at least 1 to 3 inches across most of those areas. And then again, the most significant amount of snow we are expecting out of this winter storm will fall tonight into tomorrow morning, while this winter storm is still slow moving across parts of southwestern Arkansas. So be ready for that if you're in those areas. And then if you're wondering how fast the snow is going to melt, we do expect the majority of the snow to melt, especially in the southern plains, by Sunday, if not into Monday. If it doesn't all melt, there could still be some snow on like the rooftops, for example, maybe on some grassy surfaces or some patio furniture back over in Oklahoma and Texas, and perhaps even back over into the Dixie Alley. There could still be some of that even as we go into Monday into Tuesday, but the majority of the snowfall will be melting pretty quickly overall for Saturday into Sunday. One thing to keep in mind is that the ice should, for the most part, melt as well as we go into Saturday into Sunday, but there is a chance that this could refreeze overnight into black ice, so that's one thing that you want to keep a close eye on in your particular area as we go into, eventually, let me get to the right screen here, as we go into... Where is the right screen? Sorry, guys. I'm having technical issues. All right, there we go. As we eventually go into, like, Sunday, for example, Sunday morning. All right, looks like Connor ended his stream. Let me go ahead and put Storminator Media bottom right. I think they are still live. So we'll go to Storminator Media. And we'll put them down there. So, again, we got several Storm Chasers out there right now. We got Storm Chaser Brandon Kopic, who is currently driving through the freezing rain that is happening in northeast Texas. We also have Storm Chaser, Storminator Media, that's back over on I-40, just to the east of Fort Smith, where there is already a lot of snow on the ground. Again, it is stacking up very quickly. We also have Corey Gherkin. We'll have him up there probably at some point. And then we also have a camera out of Lantana, Texas. It gives you an idea of how much snow has already fallen back over in the DFW Metroplex. So a lot of snow again has already fallen, and much more is to come here over the next several hours. If you guys do have any photos or videos, by the way, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX or message me on Facebook. Links to both of those are in the description below. I will be showing you guys some photos as well as out of North Texas here in just a moment. We've already had a ton of those sent in. Also, I have another cool graphic I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you guys a couple different graphics here. Let me change this to see who needs to go down here. All right, there we go. We'll put Stormer Media there. All right, so a couple graphics I want to show you guys as well. So we got a couple things. The first of which, this was a graphic made by James Pettis. I think this is kind of a pretty helpful graphic in terms of how much snow accumulation you can expect out of this winter storm. Just a general idea of how much snow you can expect. Again, this isn't perfect, I think, for North Texas. I have another graphic for North Texas, but it's similar. Again, notice that dark purple stretch. That is where we're expecting 7 to 12 inches of snowfall. Again, right around a foot of snow is definitely a possibility, especially just west or even southwest of Little Rock. We are expecting some pretty significant snowfall accumulation there. And as a reminder, in Porter, or I think it's Potter, it's either Porter or Potter, I think it's Potter, Arkansas has already seen 6 inches of snowfall so far. So they're, again, well ahead of schedule. Anywhere in the light purple area can see anywhere from 4 to 7 inches of snow, and then 2 to 4 inches of snow will be possible in the darker blue shaded region. I also have a map that shows you North Texas, so give me 1 second on that. For those that are tuning in from the North Texas or even southeastern Oklahoma area or southwestern Arkansas, I did make a map, and yes, I make these maps. I made this map that will show you the snowfall accumulation that I'm expecting in this area, based on the observational data that we've seen here recently and all the reports that we've been getting on various amounts of snowfall. This is a pretty big uptrend from yesterday's forecast, not like a major one, but it's a bit of an uptrend, especially near the Red River Valley. So if you're in Dallas or Fort Worth, the snowfall accumulation will be a little bit lower, around 1 to 4 inches. Denton and McKinney, we're expecting 3 to 6, and then back over near Sherman, Gainesville, and even back over near Bowie, there is a chance of 4 to 8 inches of snowfall. I would say that this should be a little bit further back to the west now. Granted, since Bowie and Nakona, I'm pretty sure, have both seen around 4 to 5 inches of snow now. Again, they are also running ahead of schedule and ahead of forecast. They are expecting more snowfall on top of that as this continues to ramp up as we go later into the evening hours. And then there's also a chance of upwards of 9 to 10 inches of snow in a couple of isolated locations, perhaps Sherman, perhaps Paris, Texas, or even back over into southeastern Oklahoma. So again, we are expecting relatively significant snowfall accumulation here across areas like Texas and Oklahoma over the next several hours, and the worst of it will fall in this particular region. So just around and west of Little Rock, back over through Dallas, Fort Worth, and also into southeastern parts of Oklahoma. So that's what we're looking at now. By the way, don't email me photos. I know some of you guys might not have Facebook or Twitter, but don't email me photos because I don't look at my email on streams, just letting you know. So if you have photos, again, tweet me on Twitter or message me on Facebook. Those are like the 2 best ways to do it. All right, we do have a couple photos out of North Texas that we will show you. The first one is from Jessica Tackett. This is a snowman that was made over in Aubrey, Texas. So Texas is already getting their Christmas spirit out there. We should name him Larry. Larry the Snowman. So that's a snowman that was made over there. Appreciate Jessica for sending that in. And we also have another Jessica. This is Jessica Kelly back over in Powderly, Texas, that sent this photo in. It is pretty much a winter wonderland. And if you wondered if Texas plows the side roads or anything like that, no, they don't. They're not equipped for side roads in a winter storm for the most part. So this right here, again, is a pretty good indication of what you're going to see out there. The roadways, again, very slick across North Texas. You know, by no means should you be traveling out there unless you absolutely have to, because there are drivers that are not going to be very good on the roadways. So, again, that's another photo there. And then also, for those that are wondering how the roads are, please don't ask. This is how the roads are. All right, this is the only graphic I'm going to show you. If you're wondering how the roads are out there, this is the graphic that you want to refer to. So, yeah. All right, let me go to chat here. Hope everyone's doing well. Welcome to the stream. Again, if you are just tuning in, make sure to like the stream, subscribe if you're new to the channel. Again, this will not be a super long winter storm coverage, but we will be live probably at least for a couple of hours. I'm not sure how long it'll be, though. I'm not foreseeing to be live here as long as 12 hours, especially since, you know, I have like college and stuff going on again, so it's a little bit more busy for me. Thank you, Stormrunner Media, for the 5 months. Thank you, Alexander, for becoming a member. Same thing with for Forced. Appreciate the 3 months. Thank you, Region, for becoming a member. Dana with the $1.99 super chat says, I'm trying to become a member. How do I do that? You just became a member, so I think you figured it out. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate that. Thank you, King, also for becoming a member. Kitty is asking, is it going to snow in Mount Pleasant? Give me 1 second. Let me refresh the software because it is lagging a little bit here. And then I will show you. It's a tricky forecast for many reasons. Again, it's going to depend on very small little changes to the temperatures and such. Let me put up the METAR data here. Let's go temperatures. And let me go ahead and go on the local radar site. I want to point this out, by the way. Across North Texas right now, we are seeing some really heavy bands of freezing rain, sleet, and snow, especially just northeast of Denton. The temperature right now is 33, so it's probably a mix. Live camera out of Lantana is the bottom of your screen, which I don't know if that has refreshed. Let me make sure that's refreshed. I don't think it is. It is live. All right, there we go. That should be that's live now. But what we're seeing right now is some really heavy pockets right now of some sleet and as well as snow that's mixing in right now back over near Denton and McKinney. So it's very heavy there. Somebody was asking though about Mount Pleasant, which I'm pretty sure is over here somewhere. All right, it's right here. So the current temperature is about 32 degrees. I would say that you're going to be very close to seeing snow. I think the better chance for snow in the Mount Pleasant area will be around and just after midnight. Keep in mind, if you've not seen snow yet and you are forecasted to see snow today, you're probably going to see it later tonight. And I'm talking more about Texas and Oklahoma for that, because if you're back over in Tennessee, you're not really going to see snow until really tomorrow. So if you're back over near Mount Pleasant, for example, you can see the transition here. This is 10 o'clock tonight. Mostly a mixture of some sleet, freezing rain, and as well as maybe a little bit of snow, but the snow really ramps up just after midnight, and you'll notice it becomes a little bit more light, moderate, even at times heavy, and it will last for a few hours. I don't expect 10 inches of snow in your area, but I think maybe 1 to 3 inches is going to be in the forecast there. Thank you, Waco, also for the $5 super chat. Will Waco, Texas see snow tonight? You got a chance, all right? I'm just telling you, you got a chance. It's not going to be much, though. If you get anything, it'll probably just be flurries. Maybe a dusting if you're lucky. With how today has gone and how this winter storm has already been overperforming, I can't rule out that you at least see a dusting, but you're not going to get like 10 inches of snow. I hate to break your heart if you're looking forward to a big winter storm down there. Thank you, Emma, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. How much snow is Corning, Arkansas going to see? Let's check out Corning. All right, Corning's way back up near the border. So I think back over here near Corning, we're going to be probably in the 4 to 6 inch range. I'll show you a little, a bit more of an interactive map here, just to give you an idea of what, you know, a computer model, for example, is showing for a general amount of snowfall. Let's go 18Z. And it'll load in here. There you go. So this is what we're kind of thinking. I would say it's probably going to be closer to 3 to 6, 4 to 6 inches of snow back over northeastern Arkansas, including Jonesboro. I think, again, our jackpot is going to be just west of Little Rock. I personally think west of Little Rock, we're probably going to get a lot of snow here. Where is Potter, Arkansas? Isn't that western Arkansas? So Potter, Arkansas is right here. I'm pointing this out for a reason. Potter, Arkansas has already seen 6 inches of snowfall as of about 45 minutes ago. At this rate, we're probably going to get near a foot. And, I mean, that basically means that the computer models have actually been pretty right about the amount of snow that's going to fall, which means that there's a chance that in this area, we could have a bit more of a numerous area here, around 12 to 14 inches of snow. It's very possible. I'm not like trying to hype this up by any means, because I know some of you guys are really excited about snow, some of you aren't. Again, I've been very conservative about my forecast this entire time. I've been trying to stay on the lower spectrum of the snowfall amounts because we were expecting temperatures to be around freezing. And again, the temperature being 3 degrees colder makes all the difference to seeing this amount of snowfall, and the computer models were not picking up even on the temperatures being this cold, and they are. So it's a pretty key note here. Let me show you the actual temperatures right now. Let's go temperatures, and this is kind of what we're looking at for temperatures right now. I mean, across most of Arkansas, they're in the upper 20s, which is perfect. A lot of the models were showing around the low 30s even this morning, and they're right now back over into the low 30s. They'll drop again later tonight, but this was expected to last basically the entire day, and it was actually colder this morning, which led to more snowfall. So the temperatures are still running a couple of degrees below what we're forecasting, and so the amount of snowfall that we're expecting out of this winter storm has actually increased a little bit. Now, I know some people have probably seen on social media some of these crazy graphics showing that we could see 18 inches of snow. I don't think that's happening. All right. I hate to break your heart if you're looking for 18 inches of snow, but I don't think that's happening. All right. I think, though, there's definitely a pretty solid chance that there will be a few spots tonight that get up to 12 inches of snow, maybe even up to 14 inches. And I think if that happens, it's going to be just west there of Hot Springs and just west of Little Rock. Areas like Dallas, Fort Worth, I don't think we're seeing 14 inches of snowfall or anything like that. I think the most that we'll see over here would be near the Red River, and that'll probably be around 8 to 10 inches in a couple of spots. So that's what I'm thinking in terms of my forecast. All right, I'm getting a lot of questions here. Thank you, Mason, Dabbing, and Ryan, all for the super chats. Best guess for snow accumulation for Gadsden, Alabama. I don't know how you say that. We're going to go back to this map. And I'm going to go a bit more into the local depth here. Ryan asked, will I have to go to work tomorrow? I'm in Tyler, Texas. Depends if your boss lets you not go to work. Tyler, Texas, I don't think we're going to have anything too crazy aside from the ice accumulation, and it's not going to melt off initially in the morning, so I would, if you can, play it safe and stay home. I do think there will at least be some icing out there. This is South Alabama. Is there a map here that goes somewhere else other than South Alabama? Alright, we're just going to go back to here. It's a little bit easier. I don't know where Gadsden, Alabama is, but the general idea is most of northern Alabama will be between 1 to 4 inches of snowfall. So we're expecting 1 to 4 inches for most of this area. If you're back near Florence, maybe 4 to 6. Birmingham's probably not going to get much more than a coating. It does show that we could see some flurries or a dusting back over here in like Montgomery and Macon. I'm not super confident that we're going to see that. Maybe briefly overnight tonight, but it should be mostly sleet. Mostly sleet. And then rain, because all the warm air will all push to the north. Thank you, Maximus, for the super chat. Is Hazlet, Texas going to get more snow? I'm pretty sure you are. I need to figure out where Hazlet is. Once I know, then I'll give you an idea. Hazlet, Michigan. That's not the place. Hazlet, Texas should be seeing more snow, though. Yeah, you're going to see more snow. Again, the snow is going to ramp up again. Let me go back to the radar here. The future radar and show you. So, again, this is what it looks like right about now. So most of the snow right now is lifted further off to the north as warm air has started to build a little bit in the DFW area. It's not by much, by the way. It's like 33, 34 degrees in most spots. So it's a very slight difference, again, being above freezing right now. But it's going to drop again just after sunset tonight. And by 8 to 9 o'clock, we should be seeing a full-blown transition to moderate to heavy snowfall. And this will be probably the heaviest snowfall that we see out of this entire event across North Texas. Should be tonight. It should be around 7 to about 12 o'clock. And then eventually we're just talking about some light snow into tomorrow morning and maybe a few flurries even into, you know, the early afternoon tomorrow, and then we're done with this winter storm in Texas. And then we're talking about a ton of snow in Tennessee, which I fully expect that Tennessee is going to be pretty chaotic tomorrow when it comes to the amount of snow that we're going to see there. I just want to throw it out there, by the way. I know a lot of you guys do rely on my live coverage for winter storms, severe weather, all that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, there's no chance I can go live tomorrow unless it's after 2 p.m. So I'm just letting you guys know. I am, again, back in college. I don't really have an option. So, yeah. This won't be an issue in like 4 months, but just letting you know, I have no chance of really being live for the majority of tomorrow's winter storm. That's why we're live tonight. Thank you, D, for the $10 super chat. Do I have Blue Sky? I do not have Blue Sky. Or I do have Blue Sky, but I don't use it. I only use Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, which I don't even use TikTok really anymore, and YouTube. I really only use Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter for other platforms aside from YouTube. Thank you, Madison, for the $10 super chat. How about Rogers in Arkansas? It's a great question. I'm terrible at finding some of these, like, middle ground cities. Let me find where Rogers is real quick. All right, Rogers is back over in northwestern Arkansas. This is one of the areas that has upticked in terms of how much snow we were expecting. In fact, actually, back over near Joplin as well. We are expecting a bit more snowfall up here than we initially thought. I would probably say 3 to 6 inches for this area. The HRRR is showing right around 4 to 5 inches, but 3 to 6 inches is a realistic forecast for the Rogers area. Despite there, again, being an uptick here in the amount of snow that we're expecting, especially in western Arkansas, your area doesn't change much from this morning's forecast. Probably still going to see around 3 to 6. I think Joplin and even Springfield will also probably be around the 3 to 6 inch range, including Joplin, by the way. So, we are expecting snow. All right, let me refresh the chat real quick. Huge shout out, by the way, to Marianne for the $25 Venmo. I appreciate the generosity. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate the super chats, by the way, and the memberships. And today's stream is being purely powered by you guys watching, so I appreciate that a lot. Thank you guys all for tuning in, as always. Okay, guys. just an FYI, by the way. There's 16,000 of you. There's one of me. I'm going to try my best to answer all of your questions. But as a reminder, there's a bunch of comments coming in. I cannot answer every question. I'll try my best, though. go that to Camp 2. We'll go to Perryville, Texas on that camera. All right. Max is superhuman. Thank you. All right. Thank you, LIV, for the $10 super chat. Travel from Dallas to Broken Bow, Oklahoma tomorrow. It'll be icy, probably. I think it's going to be icy, and it's going to be slick on the roadways unless they plow the roads. I would take it slow if you're traveling. Again, I really don't recommend traveling unless you have to. If you're traveling anywhere, I would purely... I would honestly just take it very slow. Because there are drivers, again, it might not be you that can't drive in snow, but there are other drivers that think they can drive in snow, and they just can't. Alright? So if you have any intention of driving tomorrow, and you have any sort of ice or snow in the forecast for your area, I would definitely recommend that you are taking it, at the bare minimum, slow on the roadways. If you don't, then you risk the potential of, you know, getting into some sort of accident, and obviously nobody wants that to happen. There have been plenty of cars already today that we've seen slide off the roadways. We haven't seen that yet in this stream. Thankfully, it has not been as bad as what happened in Kansas or Missouri so far, but it has happened. I've seen photos on even, you know, Facebook and Twitter regarding that. So there has been plenty of slip and slides already. Somebody's asking about a 40-minute commute tonight at 10 p.m. from Killeen, Texas to Temple, Texas. I think you will be okay. There could be a little bit of ice, so I would take it slow. I mean, the temperatures are going to be right around freezing, if not just above it. And there's already been at least, I think, a little bit of sleet in that area. Let's check out the Killeen camera. I'm not sure if there's anything happening here. I think it's just rain. It's rain right now, but I think earlier there may have been a little bit of sleet. But it is above freezing right now. It'll drop below freezing again overnight tonight, so there could be a little bit of black ice. So again, just take it slow on the roadways if you're in that area. Let me pull up the ice accumulation map. Let's go back to the... Let's go to here. We'll go to ice accumulation. I mean, right now the HRRR is indicating that you will at least see some sleet accumulation, which will probably end up happening a little bit later. It'll probably happen after sunset. Even if sleet falls, it doesn't necessarily mean it'll accumulate. But I do think there will be a little bit of accumulation a little bit after midnight tonight as the temperatures drop. Thank you, Dakota, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Mark, for gifting a member. Thank you, Jar Jar, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. How much snow do you think South Bend, Indiana will get tomorrow? I think most of Indiana will be around 1 to 3 inches. If you're near the border of Kentucky and Indiana, you'll probably get closer to 3 to 5. This is an idea of what you could expect back over in, like, southern Indiana, for example. So, yeah. Plenty of snow is falling right now. Plenty of snow. And we got some of the heaviest bands of both sleet and as well as snow moving into Sherman, Texas once again right now. If you're back over near Sherman, you're probably going to get a pretty big burst here in just a few minutes of both sleet and possibly even some snow mixing in there. The temperatures are right now around 30 to 32 degrees. This little dark area of purple, and even in some cases, a little bit of yellow popping up there. That is indicating some mixed precipitation, which is right now around 40 to 45 dBz, which would indicate at least some moderate freezing, rain, sleet, or even snow. And as a reminder, Brandon Kopic's bottom right of your screen, who's live on Radar Omega and on YouTube, he's near New Boston. For reference, it is raining where he is right now. And if I'm not mistaken, it is below freezing. Or it's at right around freezing. So any rain that's falling right now is going to likely turn into freezing rain, which will end up, you know, freezing. So just keep that in mind. There's definitely some freezing rain happening out there, even some sleet. And again, that's going to accumulate into ice. How tall am I? I am 8'7". Thank you, Catherine, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. How much snow can we expect in North Memphis? I think North Memphis is going to be around, I think we said 5 to 9, but I think it'll be around 6 to 7 in the Memphis area. I think realistically that's what we can expect. We can go back to the snowfall accumulation map on here. This is just a closer view of what you can expect. There isn't any key on here, but you can see, again, Memphis area, probably going to get around 5 to 9. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are about 100 subscribers away from 815,000. And guys, I gotta say, we could hit 1 million subscribers sometime this year. We've gained over 115,000 subscribers in the last 9 days. Mostly from the winter storms, but still. Thank you, Angel, for the $10 super chat. Thank you from Southeast Tennessee in Sevier County, the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Nice. Yeah, back over in Southeast Tennessee, if you're in like the more mountainous region, you're like Clinton and Knoxville, there's a better chance of more significant snowfall accumulation here since it's more elevated. It'll be purely snow in these areas, so we actually could get up to a foot in a few of these spots. You'll hit 1 million before April ends. It's possible. If everybody that was watching our videos and streams subscribed, we'd probably be at like 5 million. Obviously, that's not possible, but we could be at 5 million. Thank you, Laura, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Also, shout out to Bailey with the $20 super chat. How much snow will Franklin, Tennessee get? Let me see where Franklin is. While we're on the topic of Tennessee, let's see where Franklin is. Franklin, just south of Nashville, probably around 3 to 6. I would still say, though, there's a chance that we get a few spots, even near Murfreesboro, near 8. I know like the ARRR, for example, is showing most areas here around 5 to 6. I honestly think we're going to see many more areas around 8 inches here, just south of Nashville. Which actually brings me back to the James Pettis graphic that I showed you a little bit ago. Because it's not exactly the forecast like I would make. Again, this is not the map I made, but it is similar to what I would be kind of forecasting, at least around Nashville. I do think there's a chance here, even just south of Nashville, that we could see some pockets, you know, closer to maybe 9 or 10 inches of snowfall. It's possible. I mean, I'm not saying everybody will see it. It's going to be more isolated, but I think it's definitely a possibility. I think in general, though, most people will see around 4 to 7 inches or so. Thank you, Jason, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Bryony, also for the super chat. How bad will the snow be in central Missouri? This map actually nails it down pretty well. I mean, honestly, most of those areas will probably be around 1 to 4 inches of snowfall. Around and just south there, I think it's Jefferson, right, in central Missouri. So around and just south of there, near the interstate that connects Kansas City and St. Louis. Snowfall accumulation in Roanoke, Virginia. It's going to be a very close call because the track is going to matter a ton with this winter storm because it's going to get a lot more narrow where the heaviest of the snowfall is falling. You can see here, like, the ARRR has a very narrow corridor of where the heaviest snow is going to fall. There's a chance that you get 4 to 7 inches of snow. There's also a chance that you only get, like, 1 to 3. It's going to depend on the track. I think the track, though, is going to be favorable there for the Southeast Virginia area. I think we're going to get some heavy snowfall. And once we start to see this particular system move a little bit more offshore, we should get more moisture kicking in here to southeastern Virginia. And that will actually allow, I think, for heavier snowfall amounts in a brief amount of time. It's not going to be long lasting like Arkansas, but over a few hours, we're probably going to see some heavy snowfall, which could probably lead to around 4 to 7 inches in the Roanoke area. The updated forecast for North Carolina. This is the general idea. The higher elevations back over in the Appalachian Mountains in western North Carolina, we're going to more than likely see some significant snowfall accumulation, 5 to 10 inches in most areas. A few spotty areas over a foot as well. And then back over here in like central North Carolina, it's going to be a very sharp divide between a coating of snow up to 4 to 5 inches of snow. Like Raleigh, for example, will probably be in the 1 to 4 inch range. And then back over on the coastal regions, we're not going to really see much other than sleet and freezing rain, which will lead to ice. You know, the good news, though, is that, let me show you the temperature map here. There is some good news to all of this. Well, there isn't really a whole lot of good news to ice, but the good news is that the temperatures will eventually go above freezing as we go into Saturday for many of these areas. We expect them to go above freezing in many areas that are going to be seeing snow. If not by Sunday, we'll definitely start to see those temperatures go above freezing. The one thing the GFS model does struggle with is it does show much colder weather in North Texas for multiple days after this winter storm, indicating a very intense snowpack, which basically means we have a ton of snow on the ground that's going to keep it colder. I don't think that's going to happen, so the GFS model I'm kind of not a fan of when it comes to that right now. I think it's going to melt pretty quickly in North Texas, so we're not going to see like 20 inches of snow, so it's not going to be cold for days on end, but it should melt pretty quickly. Let me look at the European model. I might have a better idea. European model has a slightly better grasp of that. Let me zoom in so you can actually see the numbers here. Go central. You can see back over like Dallas, Fort Worth, it will be above freezing tomorrow afternoon. It'll be above freezing basically every day after today. So Aside from tomorrow is only going to be above freezing for a very short amount of time, even if it does go above freezing. So it won't melt very much tomorrow. And then anything that melts may refreeze overnight into Sunday morning. Or Saturday morning or Sunday morning, so. Catherine just said, my flight was canceled this morning because of this. Sorry to hear that. Unfortunately, there will be flight cancellations. Again, the infrastructure in like Texas, for example, is just not great for winter storms. So it is what it is. Not much you can do about it. And unfortunately, it's that time of the year too where these do happen. We do get winter storms in Texas occasionally during this time of the year. Thank you, Ghost, for the $5 super chat from Little Rock, Arkansas. How much snow, or how long should we expect the snow to continue? That is a good question. I will show you again the future radar in here so you can see the cities better. Let me go to precipitation type. Little Rock will be seeing snow all the way through the overnight hours. The heaviest of the snow will taper off just after sunrise tomorrow, so when you wake up, the worst of it will actually be moving into Tennessee, northern Alabama, northern Mississippi, and Georgia, and then it'll really go to more of a light snowfall as we go into the late morning and early afternoon, which this is 9 a.m., 10, 11, 12, and timestamps top of your screen on this graphic. Eventually by 1 to 2 in the afternoon, it's really just light snowfall, and it tapers off during the mid to late afternoon. Hey, Pastor, for the $10 super chat. Oxford, Minnesota. Oxford, Mississippi. Is anybody watching in the chat from Mississippi? I'm just curious. Or not Mississippi, from Minnesota. Is anybody watching in the chat from Minnesota? Minnesota has had, like, no snow this year. It has been a complete drought. This is what it looks like in both northern Mississippi and Alabama. We're going to only have a brief amount of heavy snowfall. It's going to last probably a few hours during the very early morning hours tomorrow, and then it will transition to sleet and then eventually purely rain as we go into the afternoon with maybe a little bit of snow on the back end of this. Overall snowfall accumulation for most of northern Mississippi and Alabama will be between 1 to 4 inches of snow. Again, that's what it looks like here. A few spots back up near Memphis, again, will be higher. Probably upwards of 4 to 7. Thank you, Richard, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. By the way, this right here is what it looks like right now out there in Arkansas. We'll go to Storm Intermediate for just a moment here. This is what it looks like live on Interstate 40 in western Arkansas. This is back over near Russellville. A lot of snow has already fallen. Obviously, take note, there's like nobody on the roadways. I think a lot of people heeded the warning with this winter storm. After what happened in 2021 in many of these areas, I think it's kind of, a good thing that people are aware of this. So. Thank you, Deanna, for the $20 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Also, a couple other live shots that we have right now. Let me go over to this one. This is back over in Perryville, Arkansas. Again, another live shot here. It is snowing, obviously. But this is one area that we are expecting upwards of 7 to even 10 inches of snowfall tonight, which is just outside of Little Rock, just to the west. Again, there is at least some light to moderate snowfall coming down right now. Looks like a few inches on the snow are already on the ground already of snow. It'll only ramp up as we go into tonight. Again, some of this early snowfall, a little surprising. Again, we are seeing a little bit more snowfall than we initially thought in some of these areas. And this, by the way, I'll show you this just for a moment. This is back over in Abilene, Texas on another cyclone port on Radar Omega. It'll load here in a second. Can't actually see much here, but there's an icicle on the camera there in the middle bottom of your screen. There was snow on the ground there this morning, and it already melted off. So it goes to show you that the snow is not really staying on the ground very long back over in central Texas, where the temperatures are already back up into the mid to upper 30s. And then this is Lantana, Texas. Again, a lot of snow on the ground. This is just northwest of Dallas, for reference, just west of McKinney in Denton County. Quite a bit of snow on the ground here. We've had a few measurements in the Lantana and Flower Mound area, around 3 to 4 inches of snow. So that's a little update there. And by the way, if you guys have any snowfall accumulation amounts, feel free to leave those in the live chat. If you have any reports, and if you have any photos of you measuring snow, please at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. And we may show those on stream as well. Also, things are getting worse in Arkansas. This is a look at Interstate 40. Both directions near exit 112 in Plummerville, here according to Zachary Hall. The conditions are only going to get worse tonight. That is, again, one of the biggest problems with today. We are going to see instances like this, where it is just completely just chaos on the roadways. And, I mean, that's just not what you want to see. Let me see where I can... there is a live... We can probably look at that live. Give me 1 second. I gotta find it. I'm pretty sure they have shut down part of the interstate as well because of this. That was exit 113 again near Plummerville. This is what it looks like right now on the interstate. This is live. It is just completely backed up right now, looking eastbound on I-40. Thank you, Kristen, for the $10 super chat. How beautiful will it be when I wake up Saturday morning in the mountains of Franklin, North Carolina? It should be pretty beautiful. I think there will be a lot of snow over there, probably 4 to 8 inches. Hey, Mr. Poops a lot for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. People are using the lane to get off. What lane? I don't see anybody using any lane to get off right now. It is absolutely backed up here, though. I don't know what happened ahead. I'm guessing it was an accident. Hopefully everybody's okay there. And yeah, there has been an accident. I'm not going to show the photo. It doesn't look terrible, but I'm not going to show it just in case. There is an accident that is blocking the entire interstate, so nobody's moving right now. I believe that's going eastbound. I'm not 100% sure. Or maybe that's westbound. There's some sort of accident. Again, out of the... I'm not going to show just in case, because I don't want to... If there was some sort of injury or fatality, we don't want to show that on here. But there is an accident. There's a car off the side of the road. Looked like some sort of crash. I only see one car there, but there's probably another one because there's a tow truck. So, yeah, I'm not going to show just out of respect of if there was anybody injured. But it is on one of the cameras on the Arkansas website. But they have, again, shut down the interstate, part of the interstate there, just northwest of Little Rock. So, obviously, the conditions are getting pretty bad. This is a bridge back over near Y City. This is over in western Arkansas. It is very slick. Obviously, has not been plowed recently. How's Cheese Curd? She is sleeping to my right now. She's been good, though. She's been good. And for those that didn't hear, I think most of you guys probably heard if you've been following me on any social media platform. But if you did not hear, I did officially adopt Cheese Curd. Which is, again, my cat. I can find a photo. I had a photo somewhere. Here it is. So my cat Cheese Curd, I've officially adopted her. Thank you, Shannon, for the $5 super chat. Upstate South Carolina, snow call, and ETA. So what it looks like in terms of total snowfall accumulation back over here in like western North Carolina, for example, and as well as South Carolina. Greenville area, probably around 1 to 3. If you're near the border, that's where the heaviest snow will fall, but most of upstate South Carolina will be around 1 to 3. Much lower amounts if you're near Columbia or Florence. Probably not much at all. Maybe just flurries or perhaps a very minimal coating on some elevated surfaces. That's my ask. I think it was... Where was it? Was it... there was a question that I missed. I wanted to answer it. I think it was Up Point or something. High Point. High Point, North Carolina. This is High Point. So back over near Greenville, we're probably going to see around 2 to 4. I honestly agree with those numbers. I agree with most of the numbers here east of the Appalachian Mountains. A lot of these areas like Tennessee, I think could be a bit higher. I think the entire state of Tennessee at this point will see between 4 to 8 inches of snow. A few spots just east of the or kind of in between here, just east of like Knoxville, for example, could be a bit lower. But I think the entire state's at least going to see around 4 to 8. There could be a little bit more snow though in some areas. Oops. We'll go back to Brandon Kopic once he's back. He's currently at Love's. And this is what live radar looks like out there right now. We'll pull up the RMR-MS radar. Shows you the entire area right now. And a lot of snow falling back even up near Wichita, Kansas, Tulsa. Near Oklahoma City is still seeing snowfall. And if you have any sort of photos of you take of any sort of like snow accumulation in your area, feel free to at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Let me see if we have any photos coming in here. By the way, whenever you're making a snow measurement, this is Mel on Twitter. Again, by no means am I critiquing this, but I'm just saying, if you are taking a measurement of snow, what you want to make sure you're doing is taking it on the ground and not on like a patio furniture or anything like that, because it's actually gonna be less accurate. It is easier for snow to pile up on patio furniture. So just an FYI, for anybody sending in any photos of snow accumulation, again, the best way to do it is putting a stick in the ground. Yeah, let me do this real quick. Hey, Storm Intermediate, are you watching me right now? If so, I don't know if Garrett, I don't know if you're watching me, but I'll have you bottom right on the radar mega camera if that's fine. Hey, Dakota for the $10 super chat. Roanoke, Virginia, between Radford and Lynchburg. I think we already talked about that, like, Roanoke area, just south of Richmond. I think overall it's gonna be a close call, but I think the best chance, or best, like, scenario is that you'll probably see around 3 to 5 inches of snow. That's my current expectation there. Okay, let me see if we have any other photos here. This is from Kaggle back over in Oklahoma City. Wow, it is a winter wonderland over there in the Oklahoma City area. Anything for northern Alabama? Parts of northern Alabama, like Florence and Huntsville, will probably see around 1 to 4 inches. But the biggest concern really is going to be the sleet. That's going to be falling, which could lead to some ice accumulation initially. Going back 3 cam view, we're going to go that. And that. Let me do this. Shoot, wrong thing. Okay. Cincinnati snow, probably around 1 to 3 inches, maybe up to 4 in a couple spots just south of you. Justin says, give me some good news in Landis, North Carolina. I have no clue where that is. In Landis, North Carolina. I mean, the good news is that you're not going to see 6 inches of snow like areas like Tennessee will see. So that's good news. The other good news, you don't have to watch the Carolina Panthers again this season. Bad news is that you'll probably see around 1 to 3 inches of snow and a little bit of sleet, which could lead to some ice accumulation. Thank you, Trisha, for coming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, William, for the generous $25 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for William. Appreciate the generosity. Roanoke, Virginia is in Southwest Virginia. Well, this is breaking news to me. Oh, I was thinking about Richmond. My bad. Roanoke, Virginia. You're probably going to be around 1 to 3. Sorry. That's my bad. I've been to Richmond, Virginia. I got that flipped. I've actually been to Richmond, Virginia a few times because I flew in there a couple times over the last few years. My apologies, but about 1 to 3, maybe 2 to 4, just to your south and east. Let me see if we have any other photos here on Twitter. Yeah, if you have any sort of snow accumulation photos, again, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. This is Carol's photo. This is out of Central Texas Panhandle. I don't know where, but it is in the Central Texas Panhandle somewhere. I think it might be probably somewhere around Amarillo or Lubbock, because they have had actually a pretty good amount of snow today. Quite a bit of snow on the ground there. Cars are covered. Grass is pretty covered over. If you guys build any snowmen, you can also at me on Twitter. I'll probably show those on stream too. Make any snowmen. This is also from Tammy, back over in Perkins, Oklahoma. Looks like the trees are also starting to see some accumulation of snow. You could even have a little bit of like sleet or maybe some freezing rain on that too. That might be helping it stick a little bit. But this is definitely wet snow. I mean, we're talking again about really wet snow. The big difference between this winter storm and the one we just had back over in the Central Plains in the Midwest is that a lot of the snow that we are seeing out there is wet because the temperatures are right around freezing or just below freezing. And wet snow stacks up way faster than fluffy snow, for example. So that is a pretty big difference here with today's event. It just stacks up way easier. Back over in Fort Smith, Arkansas, I am seeing a measurement on Twitter around 3 inches of snowfall. So, Fort Smith has already had 1 shot of snow, and there's a little dry spot here. We got more heavy snow coming in right now to the Fort Smith area in eastern Oklahoma. But 1 to 3 inches looks to be, or about 3 inches is the latest measurement there. Thank you, Philip, for the super chat. How much for Fayetteville, Tennessee, just north of Huntsville in Alabama? Fayetteville's up here. Okay. You're probably going to be right around about 4 to 7. Most of Tennessee, honestly, if you have any questions about Tennessee, I honestly think most of the state will see around 4 to 7 inches of snow. Basically the entire state. Also, another cool graphic I want to show you guys. This is also another graphic that James Pettis made. I think this is kind of a cool little graphic to give you an idea if your school will be closed tomorrow. It's just kind of a fun graphic. I mean, most schools in North Texas are already closed for both today and tomorrow, and I think many of them will be closing tomorrow if they're not already. In terms of school closures, we are expecting quite a bit of them. Anywhere in the dark red, we are expecting a very high likelihood of your school closing, either due to snow or ice. So if you're in the dark red, you got a pretty good chance of not having classes. Hey, Pool 2500, where are you? I'm just curious where you're seeing only rain. Because there's a chance you could transition tonight into snow, but I don't know where you are. Or that school. There are a couple schools in, like, North Texas that probably didn't have to close today, but I think it's more out of safety, because if there was even the slightest bit of a drop in temperature, like, let's just say south of Dallas-Fort Worth, and we had any sort of precipitation, which we've had plenty today, there could have been ice, and it could have been a disaster. So, like, I think it's more on the safe side of things for some of these schools. All Tennessee schools are closed tomorrow? Oh, is that according to, like, the governor? They do have a state of emergency in all of Tennessee. What's my best guess for Virginia Beach, Virginia? I would say probably right around 3 to 5 inches. Richmond, probably in the same boat as well. There could be a couple spots near 7 inches. It's going to be very quick, though. The snowfall rates will probably be around 1 to 2 inches an hour in the heaviest bands. Maybe even up to 3 inches an hour. So, but it's going to be very quick moving. Thank you, Joanne, or Joan, for becoming a moderate velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. and like the stream. It does help this out, get this out to more people. Again, we are going to be answering questions. We'll be doing live coverage here probably at least for the next, I would say, couple of hours, maybe even a bit longer. I'm not sure how long the stream will be again today. We'll be live for as long as... We could be live for a while. We might only be live for a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. We have plenty of storm chasers out there on live cameras, so... This is, again, Storm Intermedia, who is currently driving on I-40. As a reminder, if you have not already heard, I-40 right now, near exit 113, just northwest of Little Rock, is, by the sounds of it, shut down in both directions due to an accident that happened. I think that's going to clear up soon, but I'm not sure. But obviously, it's a pretty good idea for you just to stay home. Because it is just, it's pretty much mayhem out there. The traffic is just, again, not moving. This is a live shot right now on I-40, northwest of Little Rock. This is looking eastbound. Nobody's moving. And by the looks of it, there are actually people turning around. Which is, I'm not sure if they were allowed to do that. I feel like they weren't. But there are people going backwards right now on the shoulder. So I don't know if that's like a thing in Arkansas or that's just kind of desperation here. I'm not sure. But I'm guessing there's an exit back here somewhere. But there are so many trucks here on the interstate. Thank you, Davenport, for the super chat. How much snow is expected in Texas? So far, nothing. If you have not seen snow yet, you'll probably see it late tonight into the overnight hours. Most of the Dallas-Fort Worth area will see around 3 to 6 inches. And also just north and east of Dallas, possibly as high as 9 to 10 inches. Alright, and yeah, that's what they're doing. Alright, we're watching, I think, illegal car activities right now. These guys are all going backwards off the shoulder. Obviously, they are not trying to wait behind this long line of trucks while an accident clears. Again, it might be a while, so... They're all just driving off. And they are not dealing with that. That is something. It's pretty dangerous to do this. I mean, like, I get why they're doing it, but, like, it's pretty dangerous to do that, because there's actually another one. I mean, there's so many cars doing this right now. We got another car doing it now, too. It's dangerous to do this, because if there's anybody trying to actually come onto the highway, which I doubt anybody actually is, but if anybody were to go on the highway here, you know, trying to go this way, which is probably shut down, but if they were trying to, like, they could cause another accident. And now these trucks are going forward. I don't know if they're going to try to do the same thing. It looks like they're going to. This is on, if you're just tuning in, this is I-40 in Arkansas, at exit 113 near Plummerville, just northwest of Little Rock. I got a feeling these trucks are about to do the same thing. Oh, what in the world is that guy doing? It's like cutting, oh, nope, alright, there we go. Yep, he's doing the same thing. I say, I don't know if he's trying to go to the left onto the other shoulder for some reason. Wait, what is he doing? I think he slid. I don't think he wasn't able to take the corner. I think it's too slick. You get a ticket, you get a ticket, you get a ticket. I think everybody on this, doing this right now is getting a ticket. Thank you, Fruit, for the $5 super chat. Watching from Hot Springs, Arkansas. Enjoying the snow, crazy drivers in Arkansas, but that's definitely out of desperation. I mean, I'm guessing these guys have been waiting for like a while. Probably a couple hours. But this is not what you should be doing. Again, I'm not trying to promote doing this by any means. This is very dangerous. I know, again, some people are just trying to get home or trying to get to their destination, whatever it might be, but you should not be doing this. I mean, this truck can't even turn. It's just so slick on the roadways. If this doesn't show you why you shouldn't be on the roadways today, I don't know what will. I mean, this is... It's not as bad as Kansas, but this is definitely bad. This truck's doing the same thing. That truck's going across. Now he's U-turning. Is there really that much room to U-turn right there? Or do like a little 180? How fast he's going forward and backwards. It feels like he's gonna get into an accident or something. Oh my goodness. What is this guy doing? This is a very... Well, that truck's just going across the grass. Wow. I don't even know what's going on anymore. This other truck cannot turn. This is just insanity. And then you got more cars going backwards. And now here goes the next car. Now we got 2. This is going to cause another accident. I mean, this is just terrible. There are way too many people doing this. And there goes a 3rd. Thank you, Karen, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. That car right there, that one that just turned, that one looked like a sort of security car or something. Or maybe, I can't tell. It had some sort of logo on the side. Does anybody know how long this part of the interstate's been closed? I think it's been about an hour. I think it's been about an hour. So, the first... This is what it first looked like. Let me get off this for a second. This is what it looked like about an hour ago. Or not an hour ago, half an hour ago. This was on, again, on I-40. Both directions were either slowed or stopped. I think the westbound direction is cleared up. I could be wrong. Either that or people are getting detoured. This was, again, near Plummerville, exit 112. I don't know when this began, but this is what it looked like about 30 minutes ago. So I'm guessing it's been like this for a bit. And you can see on the traffic map here, on iDrive Texas, there are several roads that are closed, especially near Plummerville. There's an accident at mile marker 113.4 on eastbound, and then westbound as well, mile marker 111.9. Let me double check and see if that accident that we had on the other camera is still there or not, because there was an accident on one of these cameras. I'm not going to show the accident again, because I don't know what happened. We're not going to try to show something like that, but I'm just trying to see if that's still there. If it isn't, then I'll show you what it looks like now. Okay, so it looks like there was a westbound accident, I'm pretty sure. So there was a westbound accident, and that, by the looks of it, has cleared up. So there... Oops. I just put 3 different things... Wow, I just put like 5 different things on this screen. 1 second. So this is what it looks like now. There was an accident here about 20 minutes ago. I didn't show you guys just out of, respect for what happened there. It does look like there's still a car here that's off the road, which I think was involved in the accident. Again, nobody's in it at this point. All the people are out of here. It looks like actually this tow truck might be getting it. But there was an accident here. It looks like the westbound direction has cleared up. The eastbound direction, which I think is what we're looking at on the other one, has not cleared up at all. So... just kind of clarifying what's happening out there, because again, this is near Plummerville. For those that might be traveling, I know there's probably some truck drivers that are trying to travel out there, which, again, you really shouldn't be, but if you are, that's what it looks like out there right now. This is what it looks like currently on the interstate. They just changed the camera view, I believe. We were just looking the other way at cars going the wrong way. Looks like the state troopers are right behind this whole line of traffic, and people are getting directed off the highway. So that's what's happening. Storm Intermedia isn't live, but they are live on the Radar Omega app. That's what we're getting their feed through. Hey, Richard, for the $10 super chat. By the way, the bottom right is live. Just an FYI, it is live. Any insight for what San Angelo, Texas may be in for? San Angelo, I'll look at that in a second. It's like a state trooper's actually outside of their car there, on the shoulder there. Huge shout out to Madison with the $50 Venmo. Your weather updates are always fantastic. Literally enjoy your content. I appreciate that a lot. Put some W's in the chat for Madison with the very generous $50 Venmo donation. San Angelo, you're not really going to see much unless you're just east of San Angelo. A little bit of light to moderate snow is possible around 8, and then it's kind of done. There's not going to be much there. We're looking eastbound again. This is where all the cars are going backwards. Again, I'm not sure if they've been allowed to do this. I don't feel like they have. But I highly doubt they've been allowed to go backwards on the exit here. but there are people doing it. We're just not zoomed in anymore. I mean, the only way that this would actually be allowed is if they had the other way, like, closed off in some regard. But right now, I'm not seeing... I see a car there. I'm not seeing anybody right now going that direction. Oh, that guy's backing up. He might be just trying to get around the truck. Another car going through again. Hard to tell what's going on without being zoomed in. By the way, if you guys are wondering how much snow you can expect in your area, I highly recommend going back to the beginning of this live stream. We talked all about it. And if you have a question from there, obviously I'll try to answer some of them. I can't answer every question. Again, there's 18,000 of you and only one of me. Cars are still going off the wrong way. This is, again, Interstate 40, just northwest of Little Rock. If you're just tuning in near the Plummerville exit, your exit 113. Looks like westbound is moving right again. Eastbound has not begun moving. Eastbound still has some sort of accident ahead. The accident that's on the eastbound direction is not visible, and I'm guessing it is not cleared up yet because nothing has transpired on the eastbound side. Again, this is what it looks like on the eastbound side. Or what this is what it looks like looking westbound, but just east of where the accident is. There are currently no cars going down the east side, so it is definitely still closed. This is from a previous accident westbound. And so that's being cleared up. There's a car just getting towed right now. And then beyond that, just, again, very backed up. But they are obviously having everybody exit there near Plummerville so they don't cause a much more massive backup to the traffic, which is, again, already backed up enough. And actually, for the record, Storm Intermediate, bottom right, is actually not far from that accident. We'll go to them real quick. This is what it looks like. They're on I-40 eastbound near Atkins, which is only about 20-ish miles, I think, west of where that accident is. Not even. Might actually be closer. No, they're about 20 miles away from that area, so they'll probably end up going through the detour. Thank you, Alexander, for the $5 super chat. My house ended up with 14 inches of snow in Cincinnati last week. Wow. I don't know what I was forecasting there, but that sounds like more than I forecasted. I was pretty conservative with this event and the last event, like a couple days in advance. Just because I didn't want to get people's hopes up if they were looking forward to snow. You also, it's tricky forecasting snow because it's way harder to forecast than, like, rain because of ratios and stuff. But I've got to say, like, I try to keep realistic forecasts on this channel. I don't try to go way over the top. Like, I'm not trying to say we're going to see 20 inches of snow in Little Rock, Arkansas or something like that, even if a model shows it, because, you know, I'm realistic. I'm not trying to hype up winter storms. I try to stay a little bit conservative sometimes with winter weather events, unless we definitely know it's going to be big. This one took everybody by surprise for the most part. We've actually seen the temperatures, again, 3 to 4 degrees colder than what we were expecting, which has led to, again, more snowfall overall so far than what was forecasted. Again, we've already seen a lot of snow. Hey, PGA, are you watching? Does anybody know what the map is? That map website that you can pull up to see what the snowfall accumulation is in certain places, like what people have reported? I want to pull that up. Does anybody know what the website's called? I know we've had reports in, like, Sherman, Texas, for example, of 6 inches of snow. That was about an hour ago. I know Denton area has been around 3, which is, again, running a bit higher than what we were expecting. At least through this time frame, so we're expecting more snowfall tonight. And as a reminder, this right here, if you are in North Texas, Southeast Oklahoma, or Southwest Arkansas, this was the snow accumulation map that we made for this event. So if you're just curious about how much snow you can expect, this is our general forecast for the rest of this event, including what has already fallen and what is to come. If you're back over near Bowie, this should actually be more in the purple, so just keep that in mind. The purple should be a bit further to the west, but in general, 3 to 6 inches in the purple, 4 to 8 in the red. A couple spots near 10 inches is possible. If you guys do have any sort of snowfall accumulation photos, as in you took a measurement of the snow with a ruler, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Don't forget, if you are taking a measurement, you want to make sure that you are not doing it on, like, patio furniture, because it's not accurate. Okay, I got the snow report map. Thank you, shout out to Wesley for saying that to me on Twitter. Okay, so for those that are wondering, which I bet a lot of you are, these are some of the snowfall accumulation numbers that we've had reported thus far. And so we've had several areas in North Texas near like 6 inches of snowfall. 6 inches back over near Bonham, almost 5 inches near North Lake, 3 inches in Fort Worth, 6 inches back over in Bowie, almost 8 inches in Ardmore, Oklahoma. We've had a lot of snow falling in several of these areas. 6 inches near Stonewall. Again, all these places, for the most part, are running way above the forecast through this particular time. So I'm just letting you guys know, like, again, we're going to have another band of heavy snow tonight. We're probably going to almost double some of these numbers by the end of tonight. It's pretty surprising how much snow fell this morning, because that really, again, we were not expecting a whole lot to accumulate this morning, or even in the early afternoon in these areas. We thought maybe a little bit of accumulation, but not 4 to 6 inches, because we thought the temperatures, again, would be a bit warmer at the surface. They end up being 3 to 4 degrees colder than forecasted. Many areas were like 28 to 30 degrees. My Twitter is at MaxVelocityWX. There's also a link in the description. Oklahoma City has seen around 3 to 5 in a couple spots as well. Noble at 4. Recent report in Piney, just outside of Hot Springs, at 2.5, 3.5 inches in Mena. I think we've had a couple. We had a measurement here near 6 in Potter, so that hasn't been posted on the map yet officially, but has definitely been a lot of snow. This is from I think Mara. I think that's how you say your name. Mara out of West Virginia. This is from last weekend. They had a Dr. Pepper can worth of snow in West Virginia. What an amazing measurement tool. And bottom of your screen, we got a few different live cams and storm chasers. We do have the Perryville, Arkansas Cyclone Port on Radar Omega. That's back over northwest of Little Rock. We got Storm Chaser Stormer Media out there on I-40 right now, just west of where that accident is. And then Brandon Kopic, who's driving through freezing rain near the Texarkana area, which I don't think is currently freezing rain. I actually think it's normal rain, because the temperature, I think, is just above freezing where he is. So that explains why he's driving a bit faster. 9.5 inches in Amarillo reported. Really? Thank you, Hayden. Wow. I don't know what was forecasted in Amarillo. We didn't focus a whole lot on the Amarillo area, but there was a report of 9.5 inches near Bushland. Even a couple 8 inches back over here in the Texas Panhandle. I don't know what the forecast was there, but that sounds a bit high. I'm gonna go back in time and just see what it looked like there, because we didn't talk a whole lot about Amarillo. I mean, this is the HRRR from yesterday. They were only showing 3 to 5 inches at most in Amarillo. Wow. This winter storm, 100%, is overperforming in almost every area. It's been overperforming pretty much everywhere. Can you do Amarillo, Texas? Amarillo, Texas is already beginning to wind down. There's still some light snowfall out there. Got a dry slot eating into the moisture that we had back over here in southwest Oklahoma. So this is going to be the only thing left here, if you're anywhere in this area, is going to be this band of snow here on the back side of the trough. So a little bit of light to moderate snowfall, and then we're pretty much done. This is in Vega, the Vega High School. It's windy. It's not quite blizzard conditions, but I mean, it is windy just around Amarillo, and it is definitely snowing out there. And it's currently 29 degrees. It's all wet snow. Thank you, Crystal and Davenport, for the super chats as well. We'll touch on those areas here in a few minutes. Let me get the Vega camera up on here. Snowing quite a bit there right now. 29 degrees is the temperature, not the wind chill. Oops. Oh, we got that camera bottom right. The wind chill there is 20 degrees. It is definitely windy. I mean, even Perry, which is the bottom left camera, it's 28 degrees. It's going to be a wet snow or whatever falls there. But I think right now, Perry is having a little break in the action. The DBZ values are much lower, around 20, which is probably very light snowfall. We got heavier precipitation falling around Hot Springs right now. Pretty heavy band, actually, just to the southwest of Little Rock, near Hot Springs. And this is pretty much tracking east-northeast. Assuming that's snow, which I think most of it's going to be snow, especially near the Hot Springs area, that's going to accumulate pretty quickly. Max, are you going to go play in the snow later? I'm not even in the winter storm track. I am in Florida, so I'm not in the path of this winter storm. If I was, I would probably go outside. I probably would. I think that'd be a good time. By the way, there's a good chance, at the bare minimum, we'll probably have a video tomorrow morning, for those that are wondering. Again, I will not be live tomorrow, I don't think, unless we go live after 2, because I have classes. But we'll at least have a video tomorrow morning with an update on what's happening. So, as a reminder, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe. Again, we'll be live here tonight for, I think, a little bit. I don't know how long, but we'll be live here for a while, covering all the craziness that's already happening. So, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We're getting pretty close to 1 million subscribers. We're, I think, at 815 now. And 1 million subscribers is definitely possible. It is possible. Alright, let's go back to here. I'm going to try to pull up that Arkansas camera again and see if it has improved at all in Plummerville, which I don't think it has. And there's a big accident eastbound near Plummerville right now. And by the looks of it, nobody's moving still. So this accident's still happening. We had some people going backwards on the interstate. I'm pretty sure illegally. But I don't see that happening right now. So I think most of the people that are doing that are done doing that. Slow mode sucks. If I didn't have slow mode on, this chat would be flying at 1,000,000 miles per hour, and I could never read anybody's message. Thank you, Deborah, for the $5 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Jill. Appreciate that. Thank you, Dennis, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Are you saying it's clogged near Plummerville? What a pun. I mean, it's figuratively clogged on the interstate going eastbound. I don't know if this interstate is going to be moving anytime soon. Again, if you are traveling eastbound, be prepared, again, to go through a detour. There is a detour here. Stormer Media, bottom right. They're going to have to go through it here soon. But that traffic jam does not look like it's clearing up soon. Further off to the east, this is back over north of Little Rock. It is snowing here. Roadways don't look bad, honestly. I'm not saying you should go travel, but they don't look bad. Like, compared to Kansas, with this last winter storm, the Kansas roads were not getting plowed, it felt like, at all. It actually looks well maintained right now here in just north of Little Rock. Again, I'm not saying you should go travel. I'm just saying, like, just an observation here. It doesn't look bad right now. It might be worse. It'll probably get worse tonight, but Hot Springs. I want to look at Hot Springs real quick. This is outside of Hot Springs. Wow. This is just east of Hot Springs. It looks much worse here. Thank you, Aaron, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Virginia Beach will probably be around 3 to 5 inches, Aaron. It's another road. Again, these are all the Arkansas dot cameras. There are people traveling out there. That guy's sliding around a little bit. That white car looked like it was sliding around a little bit, taking that turn. Thank you, Richard, for the $5 Venmo. Lancaster, South Carolina. Let's go back to talking about a few locations. I know we have a lot of different questions. Let me go to Lancaster. Most of South Carolina is not going to pick up much. Lancaster, though, you're probably going to see a coating to like 2 inches. I'm not really too impressed with what you're going to be seeing here in this part of South Carolina. Go to the live. Let me go to the future radar here. So, I mean, initially, you're going to get some heavy snowfall in Lancaster. It's going to last a couple hours. Again, that could stack up a couple inches, and then it's going to transition to sleet and rain. So, any snow that falls there, it's going to be very brief. It'll be really from about 2 to 4 o'clock or so. So, there really will not be much there in South Carolina. Even in North Carolina. North Carolina's 18 degrees right now. In Charlotte. Or it's 33. I think that one of these thermometers is wrong. I think it's the one that's 18. Yeah, it's 18. Alright, so it is like 33 in Raleigh. Or Charlotte, I mean. For what it's worth, this is what it looks like right about now. So again, our snow mix of like sleet and nastiness is in here. This is all snow to the north, obviously, and then all of our rain is further south with a little bit of sleet maybe back down near Lake Colleen. And a lot of heavy snow is going to start to filter into Dallas-Fort Worth a little after sunset tonight. We are expecting, again, snowfall rates around 1 to 2 inches per hour. So DFW will probably get an additional 2 to 4 inches at least. I would not keep out of the picture maybe 5 to 6 inches in a few spots, like maybe Sherman, for example. So a lot more snow, again, is coming tonight. Arkansas' snow event is mostly going to be overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning. And then Tennessee, northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, northern Georgia. We'll be talking about snow there throughout much of the daytime hours tomorrow. Either overnight into early tomorrow morning or really going through the afternoon hours. The heaviest snow in Tennessee will be during the early afternoon tomorrow. And then it'll start to move out after that. Yeah, this winter storm tomorrow honestly looks pretty impressive. Obviously, it's pretty impressive today, but it will be also pretty impressive tomorrow as well across areas like Tennessee and Kentucky. Kentucky's not going to see a whole lot of snow accumulation, like, again, 2 to 4 inches in most areas. But Tennessee is going to be talking about a widespread 4 to 8 inches. Hey, Rob, for the $5 super chat. Huntsville, Alabama. Huntsville will probably be right around 1 to 3. Maybe a couple spots near 4 to 5 inches near the border of Tennessee and Alabama. Again, your snow, for the most part, will start around 5 to 6 a.m. and then it'll continue through about lunchtime before transitioning into rain and sleet, which will make it more of a slushy snow going into the afternoon. So if you want to make a snowman, the best chance to do it will be in the morning. And then it's going to turn into a slushy mess. Thank you, Connie, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Mena, Arkansas, we're already at 6.5 inches. Yeah, there was, in Potter, we have a report of 6 inches of snowfall so far. There's already been quite a bit of snowfall in those areas. Thoughts on Asheville, North Carolina? I think most of these areas here will have around 4 to like 8 inches. A couple spots near 10 inches in the higher elevations. I think Asheville will probably be right in the 4 to 8 inch range. OKC totals. Oklahoma City will see a few more inches, like maybe a couple, maybe like 2 to 3 inches more of snow tonight. Again, most of the snow from here is going to be light to moderate. Not really much more heavy snow is going for the Oklahoma City area. So this is like 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock tonight. And there will still be some bands there of light to moderate snowfall, but the heaviest snow is going to be really in here where the darker grays are. These dark grays that you see here, that's where really the heaviest of the precipitation will be in terms of snowfall. Go back and see if there's been any improvement here. I'm not sure if this is going to clear up anytime soon. Again, this is the Plumerville, Arkansas accident on I-40. Nobody's moving right now eastbound. Again, the interstate is closed eastbound. Your exit 113 in Arkansas, just northwest of Little Rock. Westbound is fine by the looks of it, but eastbound is pretty bad. Nobody's moving. Nobody's going backwards right now, so that's a good thing. Nobody's being dangerous out there. Hey, Jaden, for becoming a 7-month member. Appreciate that. Yeah, we've gained a lot of subscribers. It is pretty insane. I don't know how else to put it, but it is legitimately insane. We are about not even 300 subscribers away from 816,000 subscribers. So if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe. I mean, like, we were again at 700,000 subscribers on December 31st. We have gained 114,000 in the last 9 days. Thank you, 20 for the $10 super chat. How many inches do you predict for Raleigh, North Carolina? I'd say around 2 to 4. Again, you're not going to have a whole lot of snow. It's going to be pretty quick, but it will be wet snow, so it should stack up quickly in the first, like, couple of hours, and then it'll be kind of winding down after that. I saw the tweet. Yeah, let me show you guys the tweet real quick. Let me find that real quick. Real quickly, this is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. Wintry mixed precipitation should continue to change over to heavy snow this evening. 1+ inches of snowfall per hour are possible. So that's Little Rock, Hot Springs, Arkadelphia, Pine Bluff, and around Conway. So again, that's most of central Arkansas. That is going to be a lot of snow. There's yet again another fire in California. There's now a new one called the Kenneth Fire. Fires are just ridiculous in California right now. This is what I was going to show you guys. January 2022, 1,200 subscribers. 2023, 30,000 subscribers. 2024, 83,000 subscribers. 2025, 800 and now 15,000 subscribers. I mean, it's actually insane. We 10x'd our subscriber count from last January. I don't know how many people are able to do that. That's pretty crazy. Hey, Jacob, for the $5 super chat, how much snow is Chattanooga, Tennessee going to see? I would put you right in the ballpark of 3 to 6. If you're back over here near the border, it'll be a little bit lower than, like, central Tennessee. But 3 to 6 inches of snowfall is what I expect. Thank you, old man, for becoming a member. Thank you, Matt, for the $10 super chat. Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm pretty sure I just said it. I might be wrong. Did I say Raleigh or Charlotte last? I said Raleigh. Okay, so Raleigh about 2 to 4. Charlotte's kind of in the same ballpark. It'll probably be right around 2 to 4. This is the HRRR for reference. What it's showing for total snowfall accumulation. Showing a little bit less snowfall. I mean, Raleigh even about, it's only showing like a coating to 2. And then Charlotte area is around 1 to 3. But I think 2 to 4 is definitely possible. Since you are going to get some heavier snowfall initially. With how this event has gone, again, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually got 2 to 4 inches of snow, because you'll see here, like initially during the mid to late afternoon hours tomorrow, it's going to be moderate to heavy snowfall. It'll last for about 2 to 3 hours, so it could stack up, and then it's going to transition from any of these areas. So, the freezing line, though, I mean, again, you should at least have a couple hours of just pure snow. So it should be able to stack up. And then the snow moves, obviously, into Virginia and Maryland and just kind of fizzles out as we go to Saturday. This is what it's going to look like at 2 p.m. tomorrow. This is going to be a pretty massive winter storm. If we had a bit more instability and a little bit more warm air down here, we could have a little severe weather event, but I don't think we're going to see much severe weather tomorrow. Let's go back to 3 cams. Well, it's sleet in Louisiana tonight. The very far northern side of the state will see a little bit of sleet, but it's not going to be much. I mean, again, the track has shifted a little bit over the last few days. Initially, it looked like northern Louisiana might get some more, like, sleet and maybe even snow. It's probably going to be mostly rain there, honestly. Tomorrow morning, there will be a brief transition near Shreveport to some snow and sleet before it eventually moves out, but it's not going to be much. It should be mostly just mixed precipitation in the form of, again, sleet and snow and a little bit of rain. But it's really only going to be the northwest side of the state. We're just about at only winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories now. This is one of the biggest maps I've ever seen of winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories. I mean, this is crazy. All the pinks are winter storm warnings. That's pretty crazy. Post this on Twitter. It's actually kind of crazy. I don't remember what the map, like the map didn't look like this a week ago. Like when we had the last winter storm, it didn't look that crazy. Like it wasn't that big, at least, when it came to both winter weather advisories and as well as winter storm warnings. The thing is, this winter storm compared to the last one is actually larger when it comes to where it's producing snow. It's going to cover a larger area. The last one was more condensed. It was more kind of flat. This one is way more stretched out. The upper level winds are a little bit different with the setup as well, so it kind of changes the complexion of, you know, why we're, like, that's why we're seeing snow much further to the north here. It's kind of getting kind of stretched out almost. So it's very different from the last winter storm we saw when it comes to, like, the coverage area. Now, again, we're not going to be seeing winter storm conditions in, like, the Ohio Valley for the most part, unless you're back down here, because a lot of the snow is just going to be light, but this one's definitely not flat like the last one. All right. Let's go to... We'll go back to Storm Runner Media here in a second. Let me go back to Cam 1. And let's go to here. All right. Thank you, Oline, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Birdie, for the $10 super chat. How much snow are we going to see in Alaska, Georgia? That is just north of Atlanta. I think most areas in this particular region will see right around 1 to 3, maybe 1 to 4 inches of snow. The worst of the snowfall will be confined towards, like, Dalton, just north of Gainesville. But areas right around Atlanta will probably be right around 1 to 4. Have you ever considered doing birthday cameos? You get 10%. I already have a cameo. We do cameos for, like, birthdays and stuff. There's a link in the description, I think. That I did think about that a while ago. We set that up, like, middle of last year, right around Father's Day, I think. We've actually had that for a while. So it's not really new. This is what the HRRR model is showing. So again, right around 1 to 4 inches for most of this area. Just north of Gainesville, closer to 5 to 6 in the higher elevations. And then back near Chattanooga, 3 to 6. But 1 to 4 for most of the Atlanta area. The bigger concern really for the Atlanta area is going to be the sleet initially, and then it's going to transition more to, or it's going to start as snow, but then it will transition to sleet. So ice accumulation will become a concern. Thank you, Robin, for the $15 Venmo. Where else can you find out the best time to build a snowman? I don't know what that means, but I appreciate the Venmo. Am I missing a joke? There was a laughing emoji in the Venmo. Thank you also, Kevin, for the $25 Venmo. The message was the guy. Appreciate that. Thank you for the Venmo. By the way, guys, so for those that watched our winter storm coverage, somebody donated us enough to get AirPods. So I officially have AirPods. You're probably wondering, why do we need these? This will make it so when we are doing when we're doing severe weather coverages and winter storm coverages like this, I can actually listen to the storm chasers directly instead of like having, like, there's like no way I can really listen to them very well. It's just like muffled audio basically for me on my end. You guys can hear it clearly, but I can't. So that's why we have them. It's going to make it way easier. The quality of streams will go up as well when we have that, because I can basically flip over to a chaser much quicker when I know something's happening, because they'll be able to say it to me basically. So it'll make things way easier. And it's also not distracting like a headset, for example. You won't be really able to see any sort of AirPod. It's in my right ear. The AirPods will be on my computer. I could link it up to my phone too, though. What about the Fort Worth area? I have a map that I posted. This is the map of basically what you can expect in the North Texas region. This is a map I made, by the way, so I can't really make a map for everybody. It would take me a lot of time, so just for those that are wondering, no, I don't have a map for every region, but this is a general idea of what you can expect here across North Texas and Southeast Oklahoma. It takes a lot of time to make those maps, so that's why I don't do it for everybody. I might get somebody, though, that makes maps for me like that. I mean, James Pettis kind of does it already, but... Then you wake up for the $5 Venmo. What's for dinner tonight? I'm having Whataburger. Good question. I have no clue. Probably not much. I don't think we're having anything crazy. Then you Scooby for the $5 super chat. I'll send you $1 for every inch of snow you send to Roanoke, Virginia. Wow. So am I getting $3 to $4? It's probably gonna be around 2 to 4 inches in Roanoke. Thank you, Energies, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. What time should we expect precipitation in the Greenville, South Carolina area tomorrow? Auction sale day. Wondering when I need to let my staff go. I appreciate that, by the way. Thank you. Your area is gonna be right around 1 to 4. I'll show you the timing guide here. This isn't Central Time, for the record, at the top of your screen, but I'll tell you what it's gonna be in Eastern Time. So this one looks like, as we go into the early afternoon tomorrow, this is right around 1 o'clock. The snow is going to start to ramp up right around 12 to 1. It's going to start out as light snow, and then it'll eventually go more moderate to heavy right around 3 to 4. And then eventually by 5 to 6 is probably the peak of the heaviest of snowfall. And then it'll start to wind down a lot more into sleet and as well as freezing rain, which will lead to ice accumulation. So I'm not sure if you want them to be driving out in snow, but there will be snow beginning around 12 to 1. It'll be mostly light. It'll get heavier by around 2 to 3. John just said in the chat, oh wait, I'll send $10 for every inch of snow that reaches North Florida. I don't think I'm going to be seeing that money for about, I don't know, 50 years. It's going to take forever for Florida to get more snow. Hey, Derek, for the super chat. Washington, Indiana. Most of Indiana will be right around 1 to 3 inches. I'm not exactly sure where Washington is, but I'll just show you the general map here for Indiana, because it's mostly the same across the board. I mean, it's all going to be light to moderate snow. It's not going to be any... We're not going to be seeing, like, heavy bands like down here in Tennessee will. So, like, most of Indiana will be around 1 to 3. Couple spots near 3 to 5 near the border. Thank you, Justin, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Michael, for the $10 super chat. Most of North Carolina will start in the early to mid-afternoon hours. Did I miss Fort Worth? We just talked about it like 2 minutes ago. You can go back in the stream and look, though. Thank you, Jakey, for the super chat. And then Shelby, North Carolina snowfall accumulation. You'll be right around 2 to 4 in your area. Shout out to Holly with the $10 Venmo from Atlanta. Stay safe in Atlanta. I'm guessing schools are closed around the Atlanta area tomorrow, if I had to guess. Thank you, Sandman, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Out of curiosity, whose like area doesn't have school tomorrow in the chat? Like what state or like you can put like the state that you're in. I'm just curious who doesn't have school tomorrow. I know like all of North Texas doesn't have school for the most part. And all of Tennessee by the sounds of it doesn't have school. Thank you, Key, for the $20 super chat. My house was full of people, full of 14 people. This chat's going way too fast. 14 people for the holidays. Now they have all come back. They're all come back for the warm air. I appreciate the generous super chat. Alabama, Southeast Tennessee is canceled. Southern Indiana, really? Does Southern Indiana cancel for a couple inches of snowfall? Or is it from the last event? I mean, it's really just light to moderate. I know in like New Hampshire, for example, they would only close if it was like at least 8 inches of snow. They did not cancel for like a couple inches. Need Dylan for the super chat. I'm wondering if that accident's cleared up. Nope, doesn't look like it. Thank you, by the way, Samantha, for the $5 donation on PayPal. Appreciate it. Did my webcam crash? No. Did it temporarily or something? I just didn't see it. Huntsville is closed tomorrow. Northwest Mississippi is closed. Hey, Sand, for the $10 super chat. Little Rock, Arkansas, everything is canceled. Makes sense. Hey, Jimmy, for the $20 super chat. What is the dark area on some of the maps for southern Georgia? Yeah, it's just gonna be rain. Anything down here in southern Georgia will be rain. There will be briefly some sleet back even over here, like near Macon and like Columbus. So there could be some slick spots in the very early morning, but it's gonna melt very quickly. Like by 9 to 10, it's already off the ground. So anything that tries to stick there in terms of ice is gonna melt very quickly. The HRRR model has been trending colder though, even down here to the south. So we may have some slick spots in central Georgia early in the day, and then it'll eventually clear out later. Thank you, Nate, for the $10 super chat. Happy 9th birthday to Clara. Appreciate you tuning in. Clara Rose. Hope you have a great birthday. Thank you, Project, for the $5 super chat. North Alabama, especially in Northeast Alabama, is notoriously hard to predict when it comes to snow. Only expecting freezing rain at this point. I mean, honestly, anywhere in the South is hard to predict, because historical data, we just don't have much of it for these big winter storms. So, like, for example, like Huntsville and, like, Decatur, they don't see snow that often. We only have so many winter storms that have impacted these areas. I am still leaning, though, towards these areas seeing a few inches of snow. It'll probably be around 1 to 4. There will be a period of freezing rain and sleet, and then purely rain, and then back to a little bit of mixed precipitation, and then done. So northern Alabama won't just purely be freezing rain or sleet unless you are much further south. Depends on really where you are. Chattanooga, Tennessee schools are closed tomorrow. How many inches are we looking at? Chattanooga will be right around 2 to 4, 3 to 5. Or I think 3 to 5 is what we were forecasting. So right around 3 to 5. It will probably, again, a lot of these totals will probably be on the higher spectrum, like the higher side of these ranges that I'm giving. In Tennessee, for example, I think 4 to 8 is going to happen pretty much in the entire state. For the most part, if you're in the higher elevations, a little bit more, like possibly up to 10 in a few spots, in terms of inches of snow. We're going to be dealing with heavy snow for a few hours in some of these pockets near Nashville and Murfreesboro, so it's, again, possible that some of these spots get as much as 8 to 10 inches of snow. Keep in mind, this snow is going to begin in Nashville around 7 or 8 in the morning. It'll be light initially, then it'll go a bit more heavy, and then it's going to go back to being light after sunset. It's going to last around 12 hours or so. A little on and off, but still. It'll stack up for sure. Even if you get about half an inch to an inch of snowfall per hour, it'll add up pretty quickly. Newberry, South Carolina schools are closed. Good to know. At this point, all of Texas is going to be closed for this winter storm. I mean, basically all of North Texas is already closed. I got a meme I want to show you guys. I gotta find it, though. It's one of the memes I made. I think this is inspired by somebody else that made a meme like this, but better quality of a graphic. Texas is closed today. We're busy trying to find our snow shovels. Thank you, Joe, for the $5 super chat. Just north of Little Rock myself. Ours started about 3 hours ago. I think we'll be expecting much more. Yeah, you're going to be seeing a lot more snow. Give me 1 second. I gotta post this real quick. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we'll keep you posted with the latest on this winter storm. Don't forget to like the stream as well. It does help get this out to more people. Also, don't forget to follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and as well as on Instagram at MaxVelocityWX, and join our Discord server. All those links are in the description down below. Okay. Thank you, Steve, for the $20 super chat. Hey, no problem at all. Hope you guys get out safe and appreciate the super chat. Thank you also, James, for the $5 super chat. I'm from Florida. My first winter in Hickory, North Carolina. How's it look for this area? Hope snow, not ice. Most of North Carolina is going to be a mix of both snow and ice. So most areas will begin with snow during the mid to late afternoon. It'll eventually go a little bit more into sleet and freezing rain. It won't go like all the way up here towards the Appalachian Mountain area. But if you're like Hickory, for example, you're gonna be close. You'll probably have a brief amount of sleet, so there will likely be a little bit of like light icing on the roadways, and I think it'll just be enough for there to be some travel impacts. So it's gonna be pretty brief, but I think most of it will be snow. The conditions over here, let me go back full screen to this. The conditions over here in Vega, Texas are crazy. I mean, this is back over in the Texas Panhandle. This is live on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. It is very windy, and there's still snow falling. It's not far from blizzard conditions here. Upwards of 8 to 9 inches of snow has fallen in some of these areas. Thank you, Tim, for the $10 super chat. Thank you also, Roger, for the $5 Venmo. Columbus, Georgia. We'll talk about that again here in a second. Thank you, Hunter, for the $10 Venmo. Watching from Chattanooga, ready for spring. I'm ready for spring too, I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of excited for winter a few months ago, and now I'm not. I want winter to be done already. I want to get back into the swing of severe weather and stuff like that. I find like forecasting snow and stuff to be challenging, but I also find like severe weather and stuff to be even a bit more challenging when it comes to some stuff. I kind of like the challenge of forecasting that stuff. Thank you also, Holly, for the $10 Venmo. I think I just saw that one, but I appreciate the Venmo. I think I already said that. Charlotte, North Carolina will probably be right around 2 to 4 inches of snowfall. What about Pittsburgh? I think 1 to 3 is realistic. You're going to be mostly light snow up there. Not going to be anything really that heavy. Alright, somebody was asking about Columbus, Georgia. Columbus, Georgia is mostly going to be normal rain. There will be some sleet, maybe even a little bit of freezing rain during the beginning of the morning, perhaps even a few snow flurries. But it's going to transition pretty quickly to rain by 9 o'clock. Again, there could be a few slick spots on the roadways out here in the morning. Don't be caught off guard by that. Thank you, Freddie McKinney, for the $5 super chat. How's Port Smith? Port Smith. I don't think Port Smith exists. I'm guessing you mean Fort Smith. Or put a typo in his super chat. It's probably going to be snowing there for quite a while. Are you going live again tonight? It's going to be pretty much light to moderate. Maybe a couple pockets of heavier snowfall, but it'll be snowing there probably all the way until early tomorrow morning. You're going live again? I know Storm Intermedia is still out there. I don't know if they're going live again. I think they were at some point. They might already be live again. Is Storm Intermedia live again? Does anybody know? You go look at their stream. See if they're live. Thought they were going to be live again in like an hour. Let me quickly check in on that accident. I know we've been talking about the Plummerville accident. This is what it looks like right now in Plummerville eastbound. Actually got a state trooper now going up that shoulder that people were turning around on illegally. But still nobody moving. This has been about an hour and a half of standstill traffic on I-30. Again, this camera is a little bit blurry, just an FYI. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are now just over 816,000 subscribers. We are 183,000 subscribers or so away from a million. We might hit a million in like a couple months. It's possible. I don't think it'll happen this month, but it is possible in a few months. Once we get closer to severe weather season, I think. Unless we have some like more big like winter storm stuff happening over the next few weeks, which we might have another winter storm next weekend. I think we'll definitely get pretty close to a million by like March or April. This is on I-40 at exit 113, just northwest of Little Rock, Arkansas in Plummerville. That is what we're currently looking at. An accident has shut down the eastbound interstate here on I-40 near exit 113, again near Plummerville, just northwest of Little Rock. There are very little, like, most of the, like, cars or vehicles here are, most of them are just trucks. There aren't very many, like, sedans or anything. Hey, Todd, for the $10 Venmo. I appreciate that. Oklahoma Metro schools are closed. Remote learning. They have remote learning set up in Oklahoma? Really? I know remote learning exists. Like, I know it exists, especially back up in, like, you know, like the Northeast and, like, the Midwest where, like, these winter storms are more common. I didn't really think, like, Oklahoma had remote learning as a thing. That's actually kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I know remote learning started with, like, COVID and stuff, but I didn't realize they actually had that stuff start up. I guess COVID made it a thing. Okay. I had no clue. I mean, I graduated high school right around when, like a year after COVID, and I know remote learning was a thing or whatever, but it's interesting. South Carolina has e-learning. That's unfortunate, honestly. You know, snow days were great. Like, in Texas, like, we had a few snow days in Texas when I was in high school there. And, we had a few snow days. It was fantastic. Like, it was just like, you didn't have to do anything. You could just do whatever you wanted. There was no such thing as remote learning. Now, back in, like, New Hampshire there was, but not in Texas. What's Killeen right now at? Killeen's at 34 degrees right now. So if you're wondering if you're going to see snow in Killeen, again, it is still possible late tonight, but it won't be much. It'll be pretty quick. Just west of Amarillo is still seeing some crazy conditions out there. It is windy and blowing snow happening right now. Crazy stuff. Wichita, Kansas is very bad. Enhanced snow gridlock. I'll have to look at Wichita in a second. Hey, Parker, for the generous $20 super chat, do you think the roads will be drivable in central Arkansas near Little Rock by Saturday afternoon? Personally, I think they will be. I think they'll be drivable. How drivable? It's to be determined, but I think they'll be drivable at least at a slow pace. I honestly, it's going to be hard to tell because there's going to be a lot of snow that falls, but the roads hopefully will be cleared off. Like, a lot of the main roads will hopefully be cleared off by Saturday. Like, as long as they plow them. Because the ice should melt for the most part by Saturday. The temperatures will be rising a bit. So Saturday afternoon should be a bit better. It could refreeze Saturday night to Sunday morning. And black ice will become a problem. Man, it is windy here. What is the wind at? About 23 mile per hour winds. It is crazy windy right now in Vega. I mean, we basically have blizzard conditions here. It's very close to it. This is an area that was not even forecasted to see that much snow, and they have had like almost 8 inches. Do you think schools will be open on Friday? It depends on where you are, honestly. It really depends on where you are. Let me put that slot 3. Unless it already is. Already is slot 3. It depends on where you are. There is a map. I'll show you a graphic here. So it was again made by James Pettis. I gotta find it though real quick. This gives you an idea of like the chance of you having school tomorrow. Depends again on where you are, because I have no clue where you are. But this is the general idea of what you can expect for school closures either today or tomorrow. Most of the areas that are in dark red are closed both today and tomorrow. Unless you're back over in Tennessee, most of them are just closed tomorrow. Basically, if you're east of this line, most of these places are only closed tomorrow and not today. Obviously, school's already done today, but you know what I mean. Most of the areas east of that line did not close today. Feel free to take a screenshot if you want. You can try to find your place on the map. Again, this is just a prediction of where you could have a snow day, or if you're going to have an e-learning day, if you will. I guess some people are having e-learning days. So. Thank you, George, for the $10 super chat. What's your assessment on Columbia, Tennessee? We're about 1 hour south of Nashville. Most of those areas will be right around 4 to 7 inches of snow. Could have a couple pockets like near 8 or 9 inches as well. Again, most of Tennessee, pretty much the entire state. There's only a few areas that won't be in this range, but there will be most areas in Tennessee around 4 to 8 inches of snow. It's a pretty straightforward forecast for Tennessee, because the majority of it will be snow. There will be some sleet on the very far southern side of the state, but otherwise it's a very straightforward forecast. Again, there will be some spots that are slightly higher, slightly lower than 4 to 8, but the majority of people will be in that range, I think, for tomorrow. Higher elevations, though, will be much higher. Like, you know, elevations like near Knoxville and the Appalachians will be closer to like 10 to 12. School closed around Plumerville? I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. I mean, basically all of Arkansas is going to be closed. This is the latest snow accumulation reports that are coming out. We now have a 6.5-inch measurement back over in Mena, Arkansas, as of 5:40 p.m. So that was about half an hour ago. So again, we are ahead of schedule in terms of snow accumulation in many areas. McAllister is at 6 inches. Wilburton's at 6 inches. 6.5 in Stonewall, Oklahoma. We are at almost 8 inches of snow right now in Ardmore, Oklahoma, and that was as of about an hour and 30 minutes ago. 6 inches of snow in Salina, Texas. So we are definitely getting up there right now. Again, a lot more snow has fallen than what we initially thought. At least to this point, like at this exact time. Huge shout out to Deborah with the $40 Venmo. Put some W's in the chat for Deborah. Thanks for the forecast. I appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. I'm glad you enjoy the forecast, and thank you for the $40 Venmo. By the way, if I miss any super chats or anything like that, I do apologize. The chat's going very fast. But I'll try to look at them. Is Indiana getting snow? I missed it. Indiana is getting snow. This is what it's going to look like at 5 o'clock tomorrow. There will be snow pretty much most of the afternoon, but it's going to be mostly light to moderate. It won't really stack up that fast. You know, we're mostly talking about anywhere from 1 to 5 inches across the state. The highest amount of accumulation will be south of Indianapolis. This area will be more in the 3 to 5 inch range. Thank you, Parker, for the $5 PayPal donation. I don't know if you sent a message, but I don't see it for some reason. I do appreciate that. I don't know if you had a message, Parker. I don't see it, though, for some reason on my end. But I did see you send it. I don't know if there's a message attached. Thank you, Nate, for the $10 super chat. As someone who lives in Nashville, I was thrilled to see Jim Cantori on Broadway. Yeah, Jim Cantori, I'm guessing he's out there for this winter storm. I mean, this is, again, a big-time winter storm. This is, I know we talked about the last one being big-time, but this one is too. This one's gonna be a big winter storm here over the next few days. Or over the next couple of days, really, today and tomorrow. Alright, Wichita, Kansas. Somebody was just talking about this. Let me look at Wichita real quick. We do have some cameras in Wichita. While I'm trying to load that up, let's go to slot 3. Go to Vega. Stay here for a second. Thank you, Marcus, for the $5 super chat. What do you got for Kansas City? Not much. I mean, the additional snowfall will be around like 1 to 3, maybe 2 to 4. Further south and east you are, it'll be closer to 2 to 4. Let me see what we got in Wichita right now. Somebody was talking about that earlier and I forgot to look. Apparently there was like gridlock or something somewhere. Trying to look and see where I can find that. We are beginning to see a transition back to snow right now near the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So that is beginning to ramp up again. I don't see anywhere in Kansas, or in Wichita, Kansas, at gridlock right now, or anything like that. There's definitely snow out there. What it looks like in Wichita, Kansas right now. This is on Hydraulic Avenue. Pretty slow moving traffic, obviously, because of all the snow and also some slick spots on the roadways. Everybody's going at a reasonable speed by the looks of it, which is good. Hatbox, personally, if I'm trying to drive to work tomorrow, I'm not. I'm just staying home. I mean, if you have to, just take it really slow on the roadways if you're in Tennessee. But, like, I personally just don't recommend traveling if you can avoid it. Because, like, again, you might be good at driving in snow, but other people might not be. That's, like, the biggest concern. Like, you might have a car that can get you to point A to point B in any sort of snow event, but many other people might not be able to. So, just kind of throwing it out there. There is, again, a chance that, you know, you could have issues. This is over on Social Hill. This is Interstate 30 at exit 91. We have another accident, it looks like, in Arkansas, as traffic is also now backed up here. And it looks like it's only one lane. But it does appear as if we have an accident up here as well. I believe, yeah, this is going southwest. But this is westbound on I-30, near exit 91. Thank you, Wilk, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Luke, as well. The super chat. Knoxville will be probably right around the 4 to 8 inch range. Thank you, John, for $5 super chat. When will the ice hit Atlanta? Any sort of sleet or freezing rain will be happening during the mid to late morning. And then it should transition back to rain in the afternoon, and then it could refreeze as we go into the evening hours. At least the traffic is moving a little bit here, but I don't think it's really, like, moving. But it does appear as if we do have an accident there. And these roadways are slick. It's definitely going to be dangerous traveling out there tonight. See if there's any other trouble slick spots here. Right now it looks like there's at least 2 different accidents in Arkansas, and again, that was one of them. I've kind of showed you both over the last couple minutes. This is back over near Fort Smith right now. And a lot of snow on the ground. Light traffic. But again, only one accident or one slip off the road or whatever it might be. One thing can just make the traffic go from looking like this to just being backed up for miles. So TxDOT is saying North Texas roads are slick due to rain. Well, they're probably talking about freezing rain, which leads to ice. It just basically freezes on the ground. That's probably what they're talking about. Person probably driving too fast for the road conditions. That's most of the time what happens. Most of the time, there's not enough distance between the car in front of you which leads to accidents, and then, especially in these conditions where, you know, it's very slick out there and you can slip inside very easily. But it does look like the traffic is moving at least a little bit. I'm not sure. It looks like it's just one lane, though. I'm guessing it's not supposed to be one lane, but it is just one lane right now. Hey, Smelly, for the $5 super chat. What will Dayton, Ohio area be looking at tomorrow? Right around 2 to 4 inches for Southwest Ohio. And not much, but it will add up on top of what you've already seen. There could be a couple spots near 5 inches. Hey, Chase, to the $5 super chat. What do you expect in Nashville, or just east of Nashville, near Mount Juliet, Tennessee? I think most areas will be, again, 4 to 8 inches, including central Tennessee. A couple spots, especially the higher elevations, could be closer to around 10 to 12. Apparently, this is not related to what we're talking about now, but this is kind of crazy. So obviously, I think everybody here knows about the California fires that are happening right now. Apparently, this entire area in red just got sent an emergency evacuation notice by accident on their phones. All of Los Angeles got a notification, basically, and then they weren't supposed to. It was like an accident or like a technical error. So, if for some reason you're watching from Los Angeles right now and you got that notification, double check, because many people got a notification accidentally to evacuate. So that's interesting. And obviously, I know a lot of people were asking why I wasn't doing fire coverage or why I haven't. Again, there's many reasons, but the main reason was because I literally couldn't the night that it started, because of classes being the next day and starting up. But, you know, another reason is we don't really have any, like, chasers out there. And honestly, I don't really say this very often, but, like, the news station that was covering it, I think it was Fox 11 in Los Angeles, they were doing a phenomenal job of covering it. Like, I was thoroughly impressed. They had a lot of different cameras and stuff like that out there, and they also had, like, reporters in the field. So there was a couple reasons why I didn't really go live for it. So yeah, we didn't have, like, anybody out there. I mean, I'd been using, like, there have been, like, 2 or 3 cameras we would have been using, so it wouldn't have been really anything super helpful, in my opinion, compared to what the local news was doing there. But those are historic events that are happening out there in Southwest California. Unfortunately, it's pretty devastating for a lot of people. I think it's over like 1,000 structures now have burned from those fires. It's terrible. Hey, Dealbug, for the $5 super chat. How many inches for Hickory, Texas, just south of Denton? On top of what you've already seen, basically anywhere in the Dallas-Fort Worth area will see between 3 to 6 inches of snow. If you're in Dallas or Fort Worth and southbound, so right there in south of I-20, I'm forecasting around 1 to 4. And then just south of, like, Cleburne, we're forecasting, for the most part, under an inch. So it's a pretty sharp divide there. Hickory Creek will probably end up, after all this is said and done, around 6 or 7 inches. $9,000 homes and a lot more structures? Is that really up to 9,000? That's crazy. Yeah, this is back over in Vega, Texas, near Amarillo. This is in the Panhandle. It's blizzard conditions out here. I mean, there are no blizzard warnings, but this is borderline blizzard conditions. And this is not an area, again, that was expecting much snow. They were expecting, at most, really, 2 to 5. I mean, maybe 6 inches in an isolated spot. They had upwards of like 8 to 9 in many areas around Amarillo, so it's pretty impressive how windy it is there. I got 1.5 inches in Edmond, Oklahoma. Somebody said slush in Dallas. Yeah, it's gonna be a slush. It's definitely gonna be slushy right where that mix of like rain and snow is. That's why I'm saying, like, if you're in North Carolina tomorrow and you are forecasted to see a few inches of snow, enjoy it while it's out there because it's going to be slushy very quickly. It's going to transition in most areas of North Carolina and even Georgia and Alabama and Mississippi. It's going to transition from most of those areas to some sort of rain, and it's just going to become slushy and disgusting. And you're not going to want to ever touch it again. Just built a snowman, and his name is Tiny Tim, with the tiny weather. Alright, well, thank you, PC, for the $5 super chat. If you have a photo, you can send it to me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. I'm checking to see what we got for photos right now as well. This is what it looks like in Ardmore, Oklahoma right now for snowfall accumulation. This is from Oklahoma Girl on Twitter. 7 inches of snow. 7. That's crazy. We're up to 7 inches, and we're still not done in Ardmore. This is as of 5 o'clock, so about an hour ago. Definitely overperforming in a lot of areas. How's Cheese Curd doing? She's awake. She's looking at me. Could get a Cheese Curd goal going. Any money that goes into that, we'll just give to for cat toys and stuff. The goal. Had to leave Newport, Tennessee on Saturday morning and drive to Fayette, North Carolina. Would be going through Virginia or Asheville, North Carolina be safer? Both of them are going to be tricky. Wait, where's your end goal? Where are you starting and where are you going? Going from Newport, Tennessee to Fayette, North Carolina. Fayetteville. If you're going in the direction of, like, Asheville, definitely take it slow. I mean, I think you'll be okay. There will be some icing, though, I think, Saturday morning in some of those areas. You could take the longer route, and it will probably be a little bit safer, but you're probably still going to run into the same issues, unless you're just delaying yourself from going that way until the afternoon, where the ice will just probably not be on the ground at all for many of those areas, because the temperatures will get above freezing in a lot of North Carolina. But I would say, I mean, if you just take it slow on the roadways, you should be fine in the more direct route. I mean, Vega right now is literally blizzard conditions. It's crazy. What are all the circle things on your map? Those are all different live cameras on the Radar Omega app. All different, like, live cameras and chasers. Looks like it's gotten worse in Vega. It has. It actually has gotten worse over the last couple hours. It's gotten more windy. I mean, the snow is essentially just blowing right to left. It's not really going down much right now. It's all blowing off the ground, too. It's all just kind of lifting up. The wind gusts, according to the Cyclone Port data, are the wind gusts are around 30 miles per hour or so. So, they're definitely pretty high. Sustained winds are at about 20. The wind chill's at 15, the actual temperature is at 27, and there's actually a truck there that has stopped. Maybe he's watching the stream, you never know. Hey, G-Scoot. What's up? Hi. Why is it so cold in Florida? It's winter. You get this a little bit here and there in the winter in Florida. It is cold in Florida. I mean, I'm in Florida right now, and you can see I have a hoodie on. I actually got the Max Velocity hoodie right now on. Not an ad, by the way. It's just I'm wearing the Max Velocity hoodie. It's actually comfortable. So it is cold. I don't usually wear hoodies or coats or anything like that on my videos or live streams, but it is cold. The Maggie for the $20 super chat. How long before snow hits St. Louis? Thank you for all the info. St. Louis will be getting hit during the overnight hours with some light snow. The heaviest of it will be during the early morning. That truck is actually driving. Where he's going. There's another truck there too. I'm going to stay on this camera for a second, but bottom right of your screen, this is 6 a.m. near St. Louis. And eventually, late in the morning, it'll continue to be light to moderate snow, and it'll move out during the afternoon. But it'll be mostly light to moderate. Man, it is just absolutely dumping snow out there. Very, very windy in Vega. This is not what it's going to look like in most areas tomorrow, just for what it's worth. But it's pretty crazy that we're seeing some winter storm conditions. Sorry, guys. That scroller is incorrect. I forgot to fix that. Basically, all of our graphics now don't have scrolling text anymore, so kind of forgot we had that. I'm going to probably add something else up there. I'll fill the place. Hi. Yeah. Looks like a movie set. Kind of does, doesn't it? I mean, it's just it looks like a dumpster right there. Thank you, Martina, for the $10 super chat for the catnip fund. Thank you, Jen, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Shake and Bake, for the super chat as well. Thank you, Robert, also, for the super chat. Can you explain what is causing these storms to track south, or far south as they are? A lot of it has to do with the jet stream. A lot of the storms right now that we're seeing, and this is very common in the winter, a lot of them come out of, like, the west, or out of the north. Depends on the direction, but we have a lot, like, the jet stream will dip big time in the winter. It's very common. And so sometimes we get storm tracks in different areas, but this particular storm track is actually coming out of, like, southwestern California, which is, again, more common this time of the year, as the jet stream will sag more down to the south. So this is not like an uncommon event by any means. Now, this particular low also brought Santa Ana winds to California, which does not happen very often in January. But with that said, this is not an uncommon winter storm track. Most winter storms during this time of the year will actually track more out of Canada through the Rockies and then eventually move into the Great Plains. So this one's a little bit further south than usual for this time of the year. But a lot of it just has to do with the upper level winds and what they're steering. Who is this guy? I'm Max Velocity. Nice to meet you. We're really just watching this live cam right now near Amarillo, on the Radar Omega Cyclone port. It is unbelievable right now. I mean, it's literally blizzard conditions, and there's no blizzard warning. Alright, let me see if we have any other photos here on Twitter. Anna, Texas right now is up to about 5 inches of snow. This is from Eric moments ago. About 5 inches of snow back over in Anna, Texas. And also back over in Mena, Arkansas. Just a little over, it looks like 6 inches of snowfall. We had 6.5 inches measured somewhere. Tons of snow right now falling. You know, winter storms in the south are always very interesting. It's either a bust or it's crazy, and this one's definitely crazy. This is back over in Bartlesville, Oklahoma from Luis on Twitter. We got a snowcat. Got a snowcat over here in Bartlesville. Thank you, Jen, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. If there's anything else here. Some of those were from about an hour ago, just for the record. If there's anything else here. Alright, that's it for right now. We'll go back to Vega, which, wow. Look at the difference 5 minutes makes. Hi, G-Skern. What's up? Hi. He's now sitting near my mouse. He's gonna hit my laptop. Thank you, Micah, for the $5 super chat. Is that jet stream going to bring colder than anticipated temperatures with the following system to Wichita Falls, Texas? Are you talking about, like, I don't know what time frame you're talking about, because I'll show you what it looks like for the next, like, couple of weeks for a general idea of what's going to be happening. It looks like the coldest weather of the season is still to come, by the way. least as of earlier today. So this is what it looks like as we go into, let me zoom out a little bit here. This is what it looks like as we go into this weekend. So again, below average temperatures will continue in the southern plains. Wichita Falls, for example, the snow and ice will be melting over the next few days. It will be warm enough. We'll have above freezing temperatures. Another shot of cold air will come into the Midwest as we go into Monday and Tuesday, and then also dropping across the East Coast. And then eventually a little bit of warmer weather by the tail end of next week. And then we think by next weekend into early next week, another big Arctic blast will be coming behind another potential winter storm. So this active weather pattern is just going to continue. Obviously, this is over 7 days out, so there will be changes to the forecast, but we do think some of the coldest weather of the season will be coming here very soon. And this is what it looks like on the future radar. So again, this is what it looks like during the middle and end of this upcoming week. And then by next weekend, things get a little bit more crazy. Right now, the GFS has been trending down on a big winter storm. It's actually showing it more confined to the northeast. It was a lot larger about 24 hours ago. Again, this is going to keep changing back and forth over the next few days, but it does still show a ton of cold air advection here, coming right out of Canada, making it very cold across much of the United States. So again, if you're new to the channel, subscribe. This will probably be another big time, at least weather pattern change. If not, we could be talking about a big time winter storm somewhere. Exactly where is to be determined. It's just too early to tell. Please show us the cat. If she comes over here, she was just scratching her tree tower. He's good. Hey. Want to be on camera? He's now under my desk. By the way, these are all the watches and warnings across the board right now. It is a very colorful map. All winter colors. All the pinks are winter storm warnings. Purples, winter weather advisories. Hey, Jason. What's up? Hey. What's up? Hey, TDS, for the, I think, $20 super chat. New fan here. You were like the weather nerd. Anyway, I'm in Greenville, South Carolina. My dad is in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Can't wait to play in the snow. It's an exciting time for many people. The people that don't have to be on the roads and can just chill at home for the day, it's an exciting time. Because the snow does not happen this far down to the south that often. I've got to say, like, North Carolina has been in, like, a snow drought the last few years, so getting snow there is not actually very common, at least over the last few years. Thank you, Demetrius, for the $5 super chat. What is heading for Huntsville, Alabama? Huntsville is going to be mostly snow, maybe a little bit of sleet. Right now around... That's not $200, guys. That's $20. It's a different currency. If it was $200, it would be red. The super chats, by the way, are color coded to like certain amounts. So 200 RAS or ARS, I think, is like 20. Either way, still very generous. But yeah, Huntsville probably around 1 to 4 inches of snow. Do you think my school is going to cancel? I have no clue where you are. Is the European model come in yet? Oh, the European model came in, the 18Z. Doesn't go out 300 hours or whatever. Let me look at the other one. Just for curiosity, next weekend. Yeah, the European model still shows a large winter weather event at least. And then it shows another one right after that. I think the rest of this month is going to stay active. We're going to have a little bit of a quiet period this upcoming week, but it will get active again. Again, after this winter storm is what I'm talking about. Looks like Vega's right back to blizzard conditions bottom right. It was not bad there for a second, but it's back to being crazy. As a reminder, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. We're about 200 subscribers from 817,000. Thank you, Milkman, for the $5 super chat. Watching from Canada. Love your streams. Keep me more informed than the National Weather Service. Appreciate that. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Michael, for the $10 super chat. I'm in southeast Wisconsin, and I'm now calling off work because Max said so. I just don't think so. You're not going to see anything up there. You're going to call out for a couple of snowflakes falling? Thank you, Technically T, for the $20 super chat. Any thoughts on Ackworth, Georgia? I know we're right on the line. My search bar went away. Give me 1 second. Need to find where that is. Ackworth, Georgia, probably around 1 to 3 inches of snow, a transition to sleet, and then rain. So there will be some ice accumulation out there, and then it'll probably melt, and then it'll come back in the evening. It'll probably refreeze. Hey, Morgan for the super chat as well. I'm driving a semi from Birmingham to Union City, Tennessee tomorrow night. How's that looking? It's going to be a bit of a slick drive initially. It's going to be pretty much slick the entire drive, so take it slow. There's going to be ice in parts of, like, northern Alabama and snow, and then it's just going to be mostly snow into Tennessee. So it's definitely going to be slick on the roadways. Going back to the blizzard conditions here in the Texas Panhandle. Hi. Thank you, Time, for the $5 super chat. How about it will be in Nashville, Tennessee? And how much snow is expected? Nashville will see around 4 to 8 inches of snow, and it'll probably be pretty bad when it comes to travel impacts, considering that a lot of roadways are probably going to be untreated. They have issued a state of emergency again for the entire state of Tennessee because of this winter storm. Alright, I got the cat cam bottom right of your screen, just an FYI. That's Cheese Curd. I'll turn off my light so you can see her better. She's not blue. It's the cat cam. She's sitting in the right spot. She's not always there. What's up? Hey, Johnny, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Cheese Curd is chilling. Anyway, Aim here for the $5 super chat. Everyone, please consider checking local media outlets for local forecasts. Max cannot possibly do all the forecasts for you. Yeah, I cannot do everybody's forecast, but you can always go back to the beginning of the stream. I went over pretty much every area in generally. Same thing with our videos today. Definitely recommend you watch our forecasts on YouTube. We had one also at lunchtime that is more updated for snowfall accumulation. If you want to check that out, you can go to the main channel. And you can also go back to the beginning of this live stream. We did a full, like, 20-minute breakdown. How old is Cheese Curd? She is 6. Thank you, Diane, for the $10 Venmo for Cheese Curd. I appreciate that. Shout out to the person that mailed me some catnip toys for my cat, too. Appreciate it. Thank you, Arch, for the $20 super chat. Give Cheese Curd some pets for me. I don't know what that means. Oh, never mind. I know what you mean. Also, this donation is to buy Cheese Curd the bird toy. It's the best. She's gonna love it. Let me look that up. Thank you, Kelly, for the $5 super chat. Very disappointing snowstorm here in northern Arkansas. No snow yet. Well, just an FYI, northern Arkansas is not really going to see much snow until overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. Like, the heaviest of it will be overnight tonight. So, if you have not seen snow yet, and you have been forecasted to see snow, and it's over 2 to 3 inches, you're probably going to be seeing it here overnight. Again, you're not going to see it, like, all day today. Like, again, many areas are going to see it either tonight or tomorrow, especially over in, like, Tennessee, for example. But, you know, areas like North Texas as well, for example, like Killeen, Waco, and you'll have a quick shot of snow. It's going to be after midnight, though, so it's going to be late. So, again, you might not see snow now, but you will end up seeing snow again later. Alright, let me look up the bird cat toy. And the cat cam is gonna be done because she just jumped out. I'll definitely have to get that. I'll add that to my cart. Thank you for the suggestion. Mailing cat toys to YouTubers. Humanity is not always bad. Yeah, we do have, we've had some people, I've had one person, I think, so far mail me some, like, cat toys and stuff. If you guys do mail me, by the way, anything cat-related, you're free to. Again, if you want to, you don't have to, but if you want to, the mailing address is in the description somewhere. It's one of the links. Thank you, E, for the $5 super chat. Saying hello from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I appreciate that, and thanks for tuning in. Hopefully you guys stay safe. Again, Pittsburgh won't really see much out of this. It's gonna be like 1 to 3 inches of snow. Won't be anything substantial, but there will be some snow out there. And just as a reminder to everybody that's watching, for those that are wondering about if I'm going to be live tomorrow for the rest of the winter storm, odds again are very low. If we go live, it would be in the afternoon because I have, again, college classes back. So I'm I have a bit more of an open schedule this semester. It's just certain days I'm not able to essentially go live. Or not certain days, but like certain time frames. It's a very small time frame. This is just one of those events that's happening overnight to tomorrow morning. And most of it's going to happen when I'm doing stuff. But again, we will have a video tomorrow morning. So at the bare minimum, we're going to have a video bright and early at 6 a.m. Central Time. Just to kind of go over what's happening and what's to come. I'm running out of title ideas for these this winter storm. I'm not sure what I'm going to even title it at this point. I've run out of titles here over the last few days. We've been reusing some, which is kind of annoying. Hey, Jason, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. They aim here also for the $5 super chat. Every time the channel gets a new super chat, Cheese Curd gets a kitty treat. That would be that might that she needs to lose weight, all right? And I don't think that needs to like be happening. Thank you, Angela, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate you tuning in. Or if I gave my cat a treat for every super chat, I don't know how many super chats we've had in the stream, but if I had to guess, it's been around 100. Varying numbers between 99 cents to like, you know, $10 or $20 or, you know, whatever it's been. That would be a lot of cat treats. She would need to like go on a complete diet after that. Hey, Laura, for the 4 months. You're on the TV and SRM is on the laptop. Nice. SRM is also on our bottom cam right now. $860,000. That's crazy. I know. We're about to hit. It's crazy to say, but we're not far from 1 million subscribers. I know I've said it a few times, but like, I mean, seriously, we're not far. It's crazy to think, but we're about 180,000 away. As a reminder, by the way, we do have 750,000 subscriber merch out at shopmaxvelocity.net. Today's stream is not sponsored by anybody, so you know the best way to help the stream today is picking up some merch at shopmaxvelocity.net. We have tons of different stuff on there, including our Drunk NATO collection, flying trampoline merch as well, and as well as our 750,000 subscriber stuff. Again, that is the top link in the description below. Definitely recommend you check it out. Again, this will be limited release, the 750k merch. It goes away in about 9 or 10 days. I think the 19th is the last day. So, if you want to check that out, again, it is the top link in the description below. All very comfortable, by the way. Definitely recommend. I'm not just selling it because it's crap quality. It's actually great quality. I wear this hoodie, like, literally all the time. The Max Velocity hoodie. So. One treat after 20 targets. We could do a target treat one. The problem is she's not in here. Oh no, never mind. She isn't here. Thank you, Jason, for the $10 super chat. I am in Virginia Beach. The radar looks like it'll be more precipitation for my area. Do you see the potential for higher accumulation in northern Virginia Beach? I do think Virginia Beach has a chance to see significant accumulation. It's going to be close, though, because, again, the track is so critical. It's a very small area. that we're talking about for the heaviest band of snow. It's a very thin corridor here. So right now the HRRR is showing, yes, heavier snow in Virginia Beach, but it could also be further north or south. I mean, there could be a change here over the next 24 hours. But there's a chance that Virginia Beach gets closer to like 3 to 7 inches of snow. This is right now what the HRRR shows for snowfall. Which again, I do trust the HRRR right now because it actually has accumulation totals that I would put out for a map. I don't necessarily think we're going to have only like an inch in Virginia Beach. I really think it's going to be closer to 2 to 4, 3 to 5. I think Richmond will also be up there closer to 2 to 4, 3 to 5. Tomorrow morning, I'll have a more definitive number for you because there could be some changes to the 00Z model run, which comes out here soon. We also might be still live for that. We'll see. Thank you, Nick, for the $10 super chat. Can you nerd out for a second? I've been nerding out a lot. So one of the biggest differences with these low pressure systems is the amount of mixing. So, for example, this particular winter storm is actually going just south of the Rockies, which does not really promote as much severe weather. With a southerly track like this, we have a lot more cold air. Very limited warm air is coming out of the Gulf, but a lot of moist air is still coming out of the Gulf. This is not, and for the record, by the way, this particular trough is not as primed for severe weather. We don't have a risk for severe weather at all tomorrow or today. Which, the reason why is because this trough is taking such a southerly path, which is relatively rare. We only see this really a couple times every year where it takes a track like this. The one that we had last weekend came more over the Rocky Mountains, which allowed for more mixing. We had a lot more warm air, a lot more moist air. We had a lot more instability, strong wind shear. It all produced the threat of severe weather. I don't remember the one that happened back last Saturday, the one that brought the tornado outbreak, like 80, I think it was like 92 tornadoes or something like that. I don't remember the track of that one, but that one was pretty similar to the one that we just had a few days ago with the winter storm. So, the track makes a difference. It really does. This one being so close to the coast and not really creating a whole lot of mixing here is throwing off any threat of severe weather. It'll be mostly just a couple of strong storms confined to the Gulf Coast tomorrow afternoon. Gusty winds, and maybe a brief water spout offshore. Thank you, Kearney, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Angela, for the generous $20 super chat. Angela, anxious in Alabama. Thanks for keeping updates and live streams to help us all in the USA. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Glad I can help. Hey, Cheese Curd. Hi. Are you meowing? Hi. What's up? I'm live. What's up? She's not in the cat cam. She's walking around and she's actually looking at my she's looking at Stormrunner Media on the big monitor, and now she's going behind the monitor. All right. Sniffing. What is that? Wrapper? Or sniffing a wrapper. Hey, Melissa, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Cheese Curd wants her own channel. Imagine. Imagine we had our own channel for Cheese Curd. Conditions are actually crazy right now out in the Vega, Texas area. Let me turn my light again. I forgot my light was off. Going. Alright. Bro, you guys just saw in real time her jumping. She just jumped right onto the cat tower. She leaped right up there. Bottom right. What's up? I know. I'm live. Thank you, Colin, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. How significant is this going to be for Clarksville, Tennessee? Where is Clarksville? Northwest Tennessee. You're probably going to see around 3 to 6 inches of snow. I'd say it's going to be pretty significant. Again, the roadways are going to be pretty much chaos if they're untreated. Thank you, Jamie, for the $5 Venmo. Appreciate that. Thank you, DL, for the $5 super chat. The snow and ice at the back of the system keeps going further south, almost to I-10, but nobody is talking about that. What do you think? Where's I-10? That's the real question. Where's I-10? What I-10 are we talking about? Like, where? It's making me an idea where I-10 is. I see I-30, I-20. I-10 is like, isn't it? It's way down here. It's not gonna be down here. I don't think there's like a single model that is way down towards I-10. I could be wrong. Maybe there's some outlier model out there that's down there. I mean, the HRRR has been trending colder, but has not gotten that far down to the south. And I mean, for the record, any sleet or freezing rain that falls, even back down near like Columbus, for example, in Georgia, it's going to transition to rain after that as warm air starts to build in the late morning. So it will melt quickly, but there will be possibly a little bit of ice out there, which could lead to some major travel impacts in like Columbus and Macon for a brief amount of time tomorrow morning. But it's not going to go down to the I-10 corridor. And even on the backside of this trough, it's not going to go that far down to the south. I mean, on the backside of the trough, it doesn't get that far down to the south. It does back over and clean in Waco tonight, and then it lifts more to the north, but it's pretty quick. Hey, Space Boy, for the $5 super chat, you'll be at 1 million subscribers before the end of January. We're going to need 3 more big winter storms for that to happen, because if it's just, you know, the only reason why we're growing so much is because of these winter storms. Otherwise, we'd probably still be at 700,000 subscribers. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let me get Storm Intermedia up in here. Give me 1 second, guys. Storm Intermedia just had a crazy thing happen on their stream. I don't have their stream link up here. Give me 1 second. That just happened a second ago. I'm gonna go back so you guys can see it. This just happened. This is why driving today is not safe. We'll go back a second because I didn't have them on. This just happened live. And they're still sliding around actively.
Maybe he's alright. Who knows?
By the way, there was no, like... It's safe because he didn't crash into anybody or anything like that.
I'll think about... I'll show you guys.
Alright, let me go here.
Oh my god.
Happened right here.
No. Uh-oh.
See, I knew he was going too fast.
You snow yet, Brandon?
We just had a semi-jackknife right in front of us on this 430.
It's exactly why it is dangerous right now out there. This is just outside Little Rock.
Jeez, did he block the roads? Yeah, right?
I'm getting out to check right now.
We're getting out to check on him. He just
I'm gonna
hit
get
the
like
railing,
as far up on the railing
and he's
as I
blocking
can.
most lanes.
I was trying to move. I got all my lights on right now. Trying to get everyone to slow down.
And this is Storm Intermedia here. Just happened.
Okay, he's not as bad as I thought.
I have to take a quick 60-second break. I'll be back in a moment. We'll keep it on
I know,
Storm
he's
Intermedia.
flying, and if he's able to recover, it's a pretty good recovery job, but he's...
Not sure what exactly he's trying to do right now. Now he's gonna get himself in the ditch. Stop.
Yeah, they're paused, so... Yep, he's now stuck. In the ditch.
Where are we at?
on 430, right next to. Let me double check the exit. It's right there.
I'm just gonna sit here with my lights on because this dude's gonna get hit if I don't sit here.
430 on Rodney
Alright, I'm back.
Road. Rodney Parham Road. Right before.
And just moments ago, if you're tuning in, this truck
past
just
the exit to get onto.
basically wiped out here on the interstate, just west of Little Rock. Thank you, Colin, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. I'm gonna go to what is live now. We are a little bit behind because I was showing you what happened moments ago. I'll go live. It's only like a minute ahead. Just going live because nothing changed. Thank you, Little, for the $5 super chat. That jackknife took place beneath the very bridge that was crossed by an EF3 tornado on March 31st, 2023. That is crazy.
Hi, I am on Interstate 430 southbound, right under the bridge for the Rodney Ferrum exit, and I've got a semi that just spun out in front of me, and he's blocking like 2 out of the 3 of the lanes. No, he's outside of the truck.
That is crazy history. I don't know how you remember that either. That's
Okay, thank you.
some people are really good with history. I'm not. I'm terrible with history.
Hello, I'm on Interstate 430 South, right near the underpass, near the Rodney Ferrum exit, and I've got a semi that's spun out, blocking two out of the 3 lanes, pretty much. Okay. Gotcha. I just don't want him to get hit or somebody else to hit him, so.
Yeah, we'll do a quick replay in case you missed it, just for a moment. Then go back to live.
He's alright.
And this is how it happened. And again, it doesn't take much to slip on these roads, but I mean, he was going pretty fast by the looks of it.
Process called, I'll think about, or I'll show you guys. Oh my
When he
gosh.
jackknifed. Very slick on the roadways. Again, they're not really plowed, they're not really plowed that much, so like this is gonna be a pretty. This is probably how some of the other like accidents began. Was probably something similar to this.
Right in front of us.
Just
on
very slick on the roadways. Very difficult to drive.
Connor, like 10 miles behind you.
That was moments ago. We'll go back to
It's
live.
The right lane in the middle. The fast lane's still open. I'm actually a storm chaser, so I have a bunch of like amber lights on my vehicle. So
It's hard to estimate how fast these people are driving.
Okay.
You know, it actually is a good idea. I should use my AirPods to listen into these people. Let me try doing that. I haven't tried that yet. I don't have my AirPods here. Give me 1 second. I gotta try to pair them to my laptop. Where all the audio is coming from right now.
My name's Dwayne Scales. Okay, do you want
I can
me
hear
to
them, it's
sit
just
here with my
quiet.
lights on until Trooper gets here, or should I? Okay. I gotcha. Okay. Alrighty.
Thank you, Maggie, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Okay, appreciate it. Bye-bye. Oh, now he's going for it. He's moving, Garrett.
Huh?
He's moving.
He's moving? Okay.
Alright, I'm listening into them now. It is beginning to move here.
Yeah, sorry, it's on the phone with 911.
Yeah, is he okay?
Yeah, I mean, he's driving. He's
By the way, is their audio good?
But he's like the way his trailer is blocking 2/3 of the interstate. So I'm sitting here with every light that I have on, just to make sure somebody doesn't come flying down the hill and smash into him.
Good. Okay.
Brandon, is it like fully snowing where you're at yet, or no? It's not even full snow at Benton. There's some sleet and stuff, so I doubt it's full snow there.
Sleet's that far north? That's crazy.
My headphones just disconnected. What the?
I scheduled another stream, but I'm like considering canceling it because I still have non-stop freezing rain.
That was sketchy.
No, I mean, if it's freaking sleet mixing here at Benton.
Should I want to get out and check on the guy
Is it quiet? Burn up a little bit.
just to double check he's all right.
I mean, they said they got a trooper en route, so I'm just sitting here until the trooper gets here.
Okay.
I mean, the lady.
Thank you, Nancy, for the $20 super chat. I'll check out LJ Georgia in a second. Trying to figure out the audio.
Right. No, you're good.
I mean,
Is it very quiet?
What the emergency lane would be.
Here, you guys want to see what we got in the back? I don't know if but we got all those on.
Yeah.
And we got stuff on the back of the window and stuff like that, just to alert people exactly of the situation. Actually, as soon as this happened and we pulled them on, everyone behind us was stopping, way back behind us. So
That's nice. This is the type of scenario that you want to use them in. Okay, so a cop just went the other way. I wonder if he's gonna try and turn around.
this is.
Yeah, the
one
audio
of
working, and that's not. I don't know what
scenarios that
happened.
We prepared to have
Back to normal
our-
audio. Alright,
we have
thank you, Jay, for the $10 super chat as well.
something
Thought it wasn't as bad here in Fort Worth. It's getting
situation.
slushy, but we'll refreeze tonight, and tomorrow will be dumb. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be worse than today for Fort Worth, especially in the morning.
Gina, thank you for the super chat.
Alright, let me figure out what this other question
Now, if
was.
he was still sitting there and he hadn't gone
LJ,
down this truck,
Georgia,
then I
just
would,
north of Atlanta. So if you're north of Georgia, like Atlanta, Georgia, your snowfall accumulation will be around 2 to 4 inches of snow for the most part.
Good.
Copic is currently coming up towards this area. Copic's not far from
Right
it.
now, I should have stayed in Batesville this whole time and down on this snow tomorrow.
Copic's moving
Those of you
northeast,
just tuning in,
so
we
he's
are
going to be there here
sitting,
pretty soon.
kind of
Get the radio
from the
down,
north-
everything good with everybody.
He's on I-30. He passed by an accident not too long ago. We can actually go to Copic.
side.
And this is Brandon Copic, who is on Radar Omega, and as well as on YouTube.
On it, up that hill, and then we see more troopers over here by the exit ramp.
No, we're just talking kind of how lame this is right now, and it's even worse starting up another stream because we just can't get out of the freezing rain.
Looks like something on here on the right side of the road, too. They're blocking.
98
That
Bravo is
roadway.
closed due to stuck semis. 98B is in Bravo is closed due to stuck semis going up the hill.
Going to Storm Media again. I don't think this is going to clear it up anytime soon. It's probably going to be like this for a little bit. It's probably going to take somebody to tow him out. Get him out of there.
No, they haven't, but there's no traffic coming, so I'll run around. Because the problem is I'm gonna...
By the way, this is back over in... This is in Vega, Texas right now. This is, again, live on the Cyclone Port on Radar Omega. The blowing snow continues here. This is back over near the Texas Panhandle. Over 8 inches of snow has fallen in some locations. I don't know what the... Let me look at what the most recent amount of snowfall accumulation totals are now. Because they are continuing to go up. Yeah, we're up near 10 wow. This is crazy. Alright, so these are some of the new numbers that have just come in that are being reported. 12 inches of snow just south of Amarillo. Again, Amarillo was not forecasted to see much more than 3 to 5 inches of snow today. They're up to 12. 12 inches of snowfall. At least, again, as of a public report, which, assuming that gets verified. Again, a lot of areas surrounding that are at least at 8, so a lot of snow has fallen there. Still at around 7.5 in Ardmore. 6 in Wilburton. Not many changes further east, because a lot of the snow is still to come. Yeah, there's just been tons of different areas picking up a lot of snow thus far. Crazy. Thank you, Leo, for the $5 super chat. Currently driving from Tennessee to Virginia Beach. Stay safe. Stay safe. Notre Dame or Penn State? I don't know much about college football, but I would have to say Penn State. You're welcome for the insight. Back to Storm Intermedia here.
You know. I sound better, Jim. I feel better, yeah, I do. And my chest, it's not as bad as it's been.
If you're just tuning in, this is a truck that jackknifed live a few minutes ago. If you want to go back and see that, you can go back a few minutes. This is, again, Storm Intermedia.
Check on him. He said he appreciates us.
They were going pretty fast. As a reminder, if you are traveling on the roadways tonight, it's a good idea to take it slow on the roadways.
Judy, thank you for being a member for
Take it slow if possible.
7 months. They asked me how I was doing, and I said, I won't forget that.
That was crazy.
My opinion for Middle Tennessee, I'm currently expecting around 4 to 8 inches for most of Tennessee, including Central Tennessee.
Okay, alright. Trooper's rolling up now.
The trooper's rolling up?
Yeah.
So for the record, this truck driver, he's really not blocking traffic. I know it might look like he is, but he really isn't. I mean, most of the traffic right now is relatively light.
Oh, okay. He's
so.
All right.
He's not really blocking it. He's gotten off far enough to the right, so he's only... I think he might be blocking a lane, or maybe 2 lanes. But there's at least 1 lane that people can pass by, because they turned around their camera a minute ago, and there wasn't any, like, traffic. Thank you, Dana, for the $10 super chat.
Alright, guys, we got a state trooper here.
For Jasper, Alabama. Jasper, Alabama. I'm not expecting much snow there. Probably around 1 to 3 inches at most. So not a whole lot.
Don't worry, I am not the...
This is what it looks like. I mean, they're looking to their left right now. They also got looks like a state trooper here now. But... they do not have... Again, there's really not much traffic here. Looks like everybody's able to get by. Luckily, there aren't many people out on the roadways, because if it was a normal day, there'd be a big traffic jam.
This is exactly why everyone needs to take it slow while we're out here. And especially these conditions. The roads are slippery, they're icy, they're snow covered.
Just trying to move again.
Just trying to move again.
I think the trooper's trying to move.
Yeah, we're now officially full-on straight snow here, going northbound or eastbound technically on 30 at milepost 102. Believe it when I see it. It feels like it took 100 years to get up here.
Do you want me to sit here so you have extra lights, or you want me to take off? Okay.
You don't want to phone it in?
Yeah,
It's only
it happened
86 miles from Benton.
I don't know why, but my AirPods are just not connecting to anything with this one. It's kind of weird.
Stop and stay in Texarkana. So, like, not sure I can just have done that, I guess.
They've been charging, so I don't think they're dead.
I don't know.
Hey, Scott, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities.
Yeah,
they're at the 100%. They disconnected.
Like,
Oh, I see now.
Expecting a little bit more snow or constant
On the wrong
snow.
audio, I think.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to impact our day as much as it did. I thought we were going to be able to stay in snow for the most part, but I didn't expect a good half of the day was going to be in rain.
I'm talking to myself, by the way. I'm not talking about the stream audio. How'd that guy end up like that? If you go back about 10 minutes in the stream, you'll see it. Happened about 10 minutes ago.
Alright, he's got... Is that another person coming?
Thank you, Oki, for the $5 super chat. McAllister, Oklahoma has at least 10 inches of snow on the ground. and it is still snowing heavily. Do we still have more to come tonight? Yeah, you got more snow to come tonight. It's going to be continuing here for quite a while. I mean, this is what it looks like right about now in the McAllister area in southeast Oklahoma. And again, as we go later into tonight, it's going to continue to stay as light to moderate snowfall, even at times heavy snow. It'll wind down a little after 5 a.m. or so tomorrow morning, and then by late tomorrow morning, we're done with snow. A little bit of light snow probably still remaining out there. But yeah, it shouldn't be. It should be, again, for the most part here during the late evening hours for the heaviest that's still to come. And if you've already seen 10 inches of snow, if that's accurate, you'll probably end up seeing another 4 to 6 inches. So, plenty of snow still to come. Thank you, Jenny, also for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Kurt, for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Kurt. Appreciate the generosity. Huge shout out to Kurt for the super chat. Appreciate the generosity, Kurt. As always. Thank you, Toon, for the $5 super chat. Do you think the totals will be over 4 inches in Chattanooga? I think 3 to 6 inches is what I'm thinking right now for the Chattanooga area. Thank you, CJ, for the $20 super chat. Charlotte is in one of the longest snow droughts. Seems like it'll end it. I know weather is complex, but can you share some insight on if it could generate 2 to 3 inches of snow? So, well, the biggest thing is going to be all the warm air that's going to be lifting to the north. We'll eventually be talking more about normal rain in the afternoon, but it's going to start out as snow around 3 to 5 o'clock or so. And it should stay like snow up until about 6 or 7 before eventually transferring into more of a sleet, freezing rain, and then rain. So the snow drought will end. Just a matter of how much snow you're really going to see. I think 2 to 4 inches is realistic. I think they'll probably be on the lower side of that range in the Charlotte area. But I'd say 2 to 4 is pretty realistic. Yeah, I do think Charlotte's going to end their drought. This is what it looks like at the Bank of America Stadium right now, by the way, in downtown Charlotte. Beautiful view right now tonight. Hey, Joe, for the $10 super chat. Total accumulations for Oxford, Kansas in Sumner County, please. Most of Kansas will be between 2 to 4. Let me find where Oxford is, though. Most of, like, southeast Kansas will be. I would say, like, 3 to 6 in your area. It's been overperforming a little bit here across Oklahoma. 3 to 6 by the end of it is probably what you'll see, and that includes what you've already seen out of this winter storm. Thank you, Cody, for the $20 super chat. Is the rain and snow line pretty accurate in your opinion? It has moved in the last 24 hours. How much snow do you think Chapel Hill, Tennessee will see? I think the rain snow line is pretty accurate. Obviously, it's been shifting back and forth quite a bit. It's been going north and south. But in general, I would expect the majority of the freezing rain line to stay to the south of Tennessee. There will be a brief transition probably near Chattanooga and right now near like the border of Alabama and Tennessee, which will end up leading to more of just kind of a mix there of some sleet and snow, which will lower accumulations a little bit near the border, which is why I think, you know, accumulation will be slightly lower near Chattanooga, around 3 to 6, and then the remainder of the state, for the most part, will be around 4 to 8 inches. Are we getting an accumulation in Long Island? Not really expecting much, maybe like a coating to a couple inches. I just realized the alerts went way up for some reason. Here we go. I need water. Let me on Storm Intermediate here for a second. Listen in after they just helped with that truck that jackknifed. Hey, Jess for the $20 super chat. You should also get a walkie-talkie so you can talk to Connor and Kopic. I already do. I have a walkie-talkie. I don't think they're talking right now though. I could be wrong. The walkie-talkie hasn't gone off in like an hour or two.
I always forget there's something else. Dahani, thank you for the super chat.
But I do have a walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
Southeast Kansas. I'll just show a map real quick because I have people asking about the Central Plains.
Computer just can't pick it up. I apologize.
to completely cover this road.
So this right here is what we can expect between now and the end of this event. So again, most of southeast Kansas around 1 to 3, a couple spots near 5 inches near the border of Oklahoma and as well as Kansas. This is the last run a little while ago, so not very different, honestly. The 000 run's coming out right now. And this is, again, the most recent run. The HRRR on the most recent run is still showing a pretty big area right now across even Oklahoma, around 4 to 8 inches of snow, some spots near 10. This includes what we have seen over the last, like, hour and what is to come. So a lot of snow still to come, especially in Arkansas. Dallas-Fort Worth area will pick up on an additional 2 to 4 inches for most areas here over the next few hours. Again, DFW, a lot of people north of Dallas have seen a lot of snow. If you're right there in the DFW area or Dallas, you are going to start to see more snow about after 8 o'clock tonight. And if you follow North Texas Weather Center on Facebook, which is a page that we do run, you can see some updates there. We've been posting updates in North Texas specifically throughout the day today. That's only on Facebook, North Texas Weather Center. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Hit the like button down below as well if you've been enjoying the stream so far.
Super chat.
Go back to Storm Runner Media, who is just outside of Little Rock.
Yeah, that works.
It's I-430, right?
Yeah. That's on the right. Oh, yeah, nice.
Could actually go to Ben Williams. Let's go to Ben.
No, I just worry that truck literally almost just hit me.
Go to Ben real quick. We haven't had Ben up on here. Let me fix though a slot for him. Let's Chaser 4. Chaser 5.
Teresa, thank you so much for the PayPal.
Bridges freak me out. Well, this
So Ben Williams, he's in a different spot from most other people. He's back over in northwestern.
Now imagine driving on those in the snow.
Northwestern Arkansas. He's back over near Bentonville right now.
I appreciate everybody.
Also, if his audio's too loud, too
tuning in,
quiet, just let me know.
deciding to Spend your evening over here with me. I've been there, done that. It wasn't even snowing. You got to be careful because, you know, like I'm going to be out here driving for 14, 15 hours, possibly. You know, you could drive perfect 99% of the time, and it just takes one mental error, and you're off the road into the ditch, guys. So, you know, it's pretty dangerous. You know, it just all you got to do is you just got to mess up. One time while you're driving. You can drive perfect. You mess up one time, you're in the ditch. That's how it goes. That slug bug had it rough there. I don't know if anyone knows anything about pulling cars out, but I didn't even want to attempt that one.
It's crazy watching snow coverage and not out here in the Midwest. I can't disagree with you there. Honestly, the Midwest is one of those areas that most of the time you are seeing snow if you're in a winter storm. Now, granted, there is going to be snow in the Midwest. It won't be much, but there will be snow. So, there will be snow there. I know it won't be much, but there will be a little bit of snow. There we go. All right. Let me go back to chat here. Thank you, Sana, for the $20 super chat. Olive Branch, Mississippi here, ready for the snow. And I think a lot of people down there are excited for the snow, especially if you have the day off. If you have to travel, I think a lot of people are disappointed in the snow. Snowless here in east central Wisconsin. We have a map, actually. Let me pull up the map here. The map of snow this year so far. I'm actually really curious about this. Let's go to the entire country. This is how much snow the entire country has seen so far this winter. So there's essentially a big hole up here in Minnesota and Wisconsin. It's a hole there. There's a hole in Iowa and northern, Illinois. And you got a big, the big winter storm that just came through, dumped a ton of snow across Kansas and several other areas. But it's been pretty much a snow drought back up there in, like, Iowa, even parts of North Dakota. Look at this little hole up here. No snow almost there. That little spot of North Dakota. Very interesting. The Midwest, closer view. Not even an inch in some spots there, back over southwest of Chicago. It's crazy. And winter is still far from over. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is going on here?
Must have sensed all the...
This guy's going way too fast.
I'm really excited tomorrow in Nashville because the last time I was in Nashville for a winter storm.
Storm media loads. Let me try to do this. Refresh it.
Not very good at chasing tornadoes. Like, it's slow.
Fresh storm intermediate. I'll have to go back a second. Bro, like, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to accidents and stuff. That's just ridiculous. That is just straight up ridiculous.
How are you, man?
I don't care what car you have.
Oh, you're a Toyota.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really
Should
excited
not be going
tomorrow
that
in
fast.
Nashville because the last time I was in Nashville for a winter storm.
That's
man,
faster
it was
than
so
that
much fun.
semi was going. That got jackknifed.
I think for me, I just feel
That-
a lot more.
I don't know how fast storm intermediate is going. That looked at least like 70 miles per hour. I'm not sure how fast they're going though, so I can't tell. If I had to guess, it was probably 70 miles per hour though. Accumulation totals expected for Tulsa. An additional like 1 to 3 inches is expected there. I mean, we've already seen some snow there, but there will be a little bit more over the next few hours. It's a little bit more of a fluffy snow up there. Not nearly as wet. I would expect 1 to 3 inches. Actually, let me look. Maybe it is more wet. Burlington's 30. What are the temperatures right now? I thought it would be more of a fluffy snow. Is it really that warm up there? Go to temperatures. That's about 28. It's actually going to be more of a wet snow. Might be closer to 2 to 4. My bad. Might have 2 to 4 inches more of snow. The temperatures, surprisingly, even up into Kansas City, are in like the upper 20s. It is... It's warmer up near Sioux Falls, South Dakota, than like Dallas, Texas. That's kind of crazy. And we could also say that about, like, Maine or whatever. It's like 30 degrees in northeast Maine, or 32 degrees near Halifax, Nova Scotia, and then back over here in Dallas, it's 32. Or anywhere down here like Oklahoma City. That's actually kind of weird. It's quite the difference. Thank you, Austin, for the $20 super chat. Is there a snow shield over Searcy, Arkansas? Literally nothing yet. Where's Searcy? Isn't that northeast Arkansas? Is that somewhere else? I mean, you're going to start seeing it here over the next hour. Let me go to actual radar here so you can see what it looks like. Oh, there is a shield, yeah. They installed some of those drones. Got a little shield out there, keeping you from any snow. Here's the last 7 frames. The little shield has grown over Searcy. The biggest thing is here early into this, like, you can see it on radar, it looks like there's, snow, or at least mixed precipitation, which this would be snow. It looks like it's snowing out there, but the problem is, like, it is snowing aloft, but it's not reaching the ground. It's just too dry. So as we go throughout the evening, it'll start to pick up. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I think I can find a sounding that'll show it pretty well, so you can see what I'm actually talking about. There's basically like a dry area in the middle of the atmosphere that is preventing snow from actually reaching the ground at this exact moment. There isn't really a great example of this. This is a pretty good example. So this is a sounding. So it shows you the temperature and dew point as we go throughout the atmosphere here. So this is the surface right here. This is like the middle of the atmosphere. So snow is falling, right? But it's melting. It's basically melting here. We got a huge dry slot right here. The dew point and temperature are not even close to each other. So that's why the snow or mixed precipitation right now in Cersei is melting. Now, as moisture grows, it's going to start to actually reach the ground. It's just, again, it's not reaching the ground right now. It's this huge area of dry air that's in the lower half here of the atmosphere. Thank you, Dalton, for the $5 super chat. I'm in Huntsville. We never get snow. Will we tomorrow? Huntsville will get snow tomorrow. It won't be like 20 inches of snow or anything, but you'll see probably around 1 to 4 inches of snow. Apparently, Ben Williams is going to the mountains.
So we hope you enjoy
That's what he said.
And if you do, please stick around in the show.
Full screen of Ben.
Maybe,
Ben Williams
I mean,
again in Northwest Arkansas.
18 hours
He's back
straight.
up near
I
like
mean, if I'm
Fayetteville.
streaming for 18
Not
hours.
Is it Fayetteville? That's
And I don't
Fayetteville.
have like, I don't have that many.
Apparently
likes,
he's going
so I'm
towards the
probably doing
mountains.
something Wrong, but or YouTube just doesn't like me. One of those two things. Appreciate everyone for tuning in. We're headed up towards Bentonville, Arkansas. We're expecting 6 to 8 inches of snow tonight.
Thank you, Tipple, for
We're
the
off to a
$10
good
super
start.
chat.
If you
Light
like
snow is sticking on the road in
if you like
southern
snow,
Minnesota on
and the good
I-35.
news
Is it snowing up there?
that it's looking like
There's actually some snow
we're
up
going to
there.
get a little bit more than we initially thought.
Breaking news. We have a little bit of snow back up in Minnesota right now. As we were just talking about a snow drought up here, there's some light snow. Not going to probably amount to much, but something. Go 3 cam overlay here. If you guys have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. If you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below. Keep you posted with the latest on this winter storm. Don't forget to like the stream as well. Also, there is an accident near exit 91 on Social Hill on I-30 southwest of Little Rock. This is what it looks like right now. The traffic was more backed up than before, but they are also using now 2 lanes. They were only using 1 before. So I think there's 1 lane that's getting around this accident, because the traffic was more backed up before earlier. But it does look like they're able to get around it. Hey, Courtney for the super chat. How much snow for north central Ohio? Probably about 1 to 3. 1 to 3 for most of Ohio. Hey, Stock Dog also for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. You do another future cast? Yeah, we can do another future cast. We got the new HRRR model coming out, so it's actually good timing to do it. This is like the most recent run. It currently goes out to... Actually, goes out pretty far. It goes out until about 10 o'clock tomorrow, so we'll go ahead and do a little future radar for you. Also, thank you, Type, for the $5 super chat. I'm in Birmingham, Alabama. That's the weather looking like tonight. It's going to be mostly freezing rain and sleet tomorrow morning. Then it'll transition to just rain. So a little icy tomorrow morning. What happened to Storm Intermedia? Nothing. Okay, never mind. Alright, so this is the future radar for tonight. Again, snow will continue to ramp up near Dallas-Fort Worth over the next few hours. Moderate snowfall across much of eastern Oklahoma and southeastern Kansas. What's the website for the sounds? What sounds are you talking about, Jacob? Light snow will be happening across northern and central Arkansas, and also some light snow back over near Kansas City and Springfield tonight. It ramps up a lot more overnight tonight, especially here near Dallas back through Little Rock. Heavy snowfall is expected in this corridor from Dallas back through Little Rock, and it will continue even in northern Alabama and Mississippi tomorrow morning. So back over, though, in those states, be ready for some heavier snowfall. And then back over here to the east, as we get closer to 6 a.m., we'll have a chance for some sleet and even freezing rain as far south as Montgomery, Alabama. Again, it will accumulate initially, but then it'll melt off pretty quickly as we go throughout the morning as warm air starts to lift further to the north. That freezing line will be lifting to the north. And then again, snowfall will continue in Arkansas and Tennessee. The worst for Tennessee is going to be during the late morning and the early afternoon, where we are expecting moderate to heavy snowfall from Memphis back through Nashville, near Knoxville as well. During the early afternoon hours, the freezing line on the most recent run is actually a bit further to the north here. Definitely an interesting trend. So if this happens, lower snowfall accumulation actually would be possible near Chattanooga, for example. I'll show you guys the snowfall accumulation map here in a second on this most recent run. And then as we go into the evening hours, right after sunset, light to moderate snowfall will continue across the Ohio Valley and then back into the upper Dixie Alley. Not really, it's kind of like Tennessee, so not really, but basically around Tennessee, North Carolina, Virginia. Light to moderate snow continues. A few pockets of heavy snow still continuing in Tennessee. And then eventually, as we go later into the evening, the snow continues to push towards the mid-Atlantic. Some heavier snowfall will be possible in Richmond and as well as Virginia Beach. And then eventually into the overnight hours, there will still be some snowfall, but again, it's not going to be nearly as heavy. But we do expect some more significant snowfall accumulation, perhaps back over here near Virginia Beach. And also keep in mind that there will be a transition here near Charlotte from pure snow to eventually sleet, freezing rain, and then eventually to a normal rain. I'm going to show you the snowfall accumulation on here, and because it goes a little bit further out here. So this is what we're looking at in terms of total snowfall accumulation between basically the last hour. So this includes only what we've seen over the last hour, not what we saw earlier today, all the way through tomorrow. So notice again, many areas across Arkansas are going to pick up around 5 to 10 inches of snowfall, especially in central northern Arkansas. Even near Memphis, we could have some pockets near 5 to 10. Back over in central Tennessee, we're probably going to see around 4 to 8 inches of snow as well. Dallas-Fort Worth area going to pick up an additional 3 to 6 for many areas, but 2 to 4 would be the widespread amount for most of the Dallas-Fort Worth metroplex. Dallas might miss out on most of the snow out of this particular event. In terms of total sleet, there will be plenty of that anywhere in the orange. That is where ice accumulation is going to be possible, so take it slow on the roadways if you are traveling at all in these areas, either tonight or even tomorrow. And then back further to the east into areas in the Ohio Valley and as well as the Dixie Alley. Again, we are still expecting significant snowfall accumulation, especially back over near Memphis. There will be a wide range of 4 to 8 inches of snow for most of Tennessee. That forecast really has not changed. And then again, a very narrow but pretty interesting corridor here through parts of southeastern Virginia, around 3 to 6 inches of snowfall, including even parts of North Carolina. So again, a lot of snow is still to come. It's going to be very interesting. We also could see some lake effect snow, it looks like, back up here in western Michigan, which is not really that rare for this time of the year. So a little bit of snow, lake effect snow up there. Again, that's pretty typical. So, but just seeing that now on the HRRR model run here. Yeah, that's the current forecast. Again, not really any major changes by the looks of it. I mean, the only thing that I would consider might change. Go to Storm Media real quick. I'm not sure what they're looking at. They zoomed into something. But the only really change would be that freezing line lifting a bit further to the north. It's like the only change that I actually saw.
Crap ton of traffic going west.
Let me get Storm Media bottom right. There we go. All right. Back to chat. Thank you, Aaron, for the $5 super chat. How's North Atlanta looking tomorrow? It should start out as snow. Again, most of northern Georgia will see around 1 to 3, 2 to 4 inches of snow. Further north you go, the higher range that will be there. If you're back over in the higher elevations, could see 6 to 8 inches of snow in some of those areas. And then eventually a little bit of sleet could create a little bit of icing, and then it'll transition to pure rain. Good luck with your job interview. Thank you, Fat, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. No problem at all. Not snowing too hard in Fayetteville right now. Yeah, it's gonna ramp up over the next several hours. I mean, Fayetteville, like, this is what it basically looks like right now. This is a future radar, but this is basically what it looks like. Again, light to moderate snowfall. It's gonna get heavier later this evening. You can see some of those dark blues popping up there around midnight. Again, a lot of the snow, I've tried to reiterate this in videos and also in this live stream. The heaviest of the snow for most of these areas is actually going to be late tonight into early tomorrow morning. A lot of it's gonna happen when you're sleeping, especially if you're in Dallas-Fort Worth. You know, even this area, just after 10 is when the heaviest snow will be falling, and that'll roll through the early overnight hours. Most of Arkansas, and as well as northern Mississippi and Alabama, this is 4 a.m. tomorrow. Heaviest of the snowfall is going to be falling right around that time. So, Jacob, that is pivotal weather. There is I think there's a link in the description to it. Somewhere. But you see it again, the heaviest snowfall really overnight. If you're in Tennessee, the heaviest snowfall will be late tomorrow morning into the early afternoon. So Tennessee's really the only area that's mostly happening during the daylight hours. Same thing for Kentucky, Virginia, and North Carolina. Thank you, Chris, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Shauna, for the $5 Venmo. I don't know if I missed that, but I appreciate it. How much in South Carolina? It's not going to be much. Again, if you're in like Greenville or Spartansburg, like if you're up here in like northern South Carolina, 1 to 3 inches maybe. Elsewhere, it's going to be a coating to maybe an inch. It's not going to be much in South Carolina. Hopefully I answered your question, Stuart. If I did, then just let me know. Appreciate the super chat. I said I'd be live for only like 2 hours. It's almost been 4 hours. I think we'll be live here for like another half an hour, just kind of answering questions and stuff. We'll continue to keep a close eye on Storm Chasers too. There's obviously been some pretty interesting stuff in this stream, so we'll stay live. I know a lot of people are just we'll keep answering questions and stuff. I'm not really doing anything right now. So, tomorrow morning, again, I'm busy, so I won't be able to go live, but on a normal day, again, I'd be live any day of the week for a winter storm like tomorrow, but unfortunately, I have classes. For those that are wondering, again, very low chance I'm live at all tomorrow. If I go live, it'll be during the mid-afternoon hours, and even then, a lot of it's going to be... It's the worst of this is late morning, early afternoon tomorrow, so again, I won't be live personally tomorrow. Definitely recommend you check out some of the Storm Chasers, though, that are out there if you want some, like, really interesting coverage from, like, Storm Intermedia, for example. And in about half an hour, we'll probably end up rating them. They'll be out there chasing this. Storm Intermedia has some of the best cameras in the business. They have great views of everything. What model am I using? I'm using the HRRR for most of it. I know a lot of people are like, HRRR sucks. Like, I mean, there's a whole topic or debate about that, but I honestly think the HRRR is like the best model out there right now for short-term guidance for a lot of things. Not everything, but a lot of things. I'd say the GFS is probably the better model for being deterministic. What's on your left ear? It's an AirPod. I have it on so I can hear chasers and stuff. Also, it's my right ear. I don't know if they said left ear. How much snow for North Arkansas? This is kind of the current thinking right now. Current thinking. Most of northern Arkansas should be around 3 to 6 inches. A few pockets closer to 8. Hey, Scott and Stuart for the super chats. I appreciate that, Stuart. I post my videos at 6 a.m. I mean, I can post them later or earlier if I really need to or want to, but you know, 6 a.m. is just a good time. I don't know. I've tested this out in the past. Like, we used to do videos and we used to upload videos in like the mid to late afternoon hours. And honestly, I think more people want morning videos because a lot of people wake up to watching them. So that's why I usually do 6 a.m. uploads in Central Time. Sometimes there's some cases where I'll upload an afternoon video at like 4 or 5 p.m. We've been doing that recently because of these bigger events. We have more updates for them, but for the most part, we only do morning updates or morning videos. Thank you, Wade, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Memphis, Tennessee, I think around 4 to 8 inches. You could get close to 10, though. I mean, you know, the HRRR has been trending up on Memphis, for example, near 8 to 9 inches of snow. I think realistically, though, at least 4 to 8 inches. Could be some pockets a little bit higher than that. Curious what some of these other models are showing. Let's go to the WPC. This is the 90th percentile. This is the 50th percentile. This hasn't been accurate at all, though, really. So, not really that helpful. It's the national blend of models. This is like this is usually the bare bones of what you can expect for snowfall accumulation, which pretty much shows all of Tennessee at least around 3 to 4 inches of snow. So makes sense. Doesn't show much snow back over here in northern Alabama, Mississippi, or Georgia though. But again, this is pretty much again the bare bones of what you'll see in terms of snowfall accumulation. That's what I'd base that off of. And the NAM 3K, probably going to show an apocalypse. Yeah. Usually what it shows. NAM 3K is one of like the worst models out there in my opinion. Go to Stormer Media here for a few minutes. Thank you, Nabula, for the $5 super chat. What am I thinking for Chattanooga? I'm still thinking 3 to 6 inches despite the new model data. You could be on the lower side of that spectrum though, so don't get your hopes up too high.
Thank you for the super chats. W. Cassie in the chat, guys. Teresa, thank you for the super chat. Again.
Poor Connor. Who's going to full speed?
What?
Who's going to Fort
Where's everybody watching from tonight? Leave your area in the chat. I'm curious. Do the 24-hour live stream challenge? Not much of a challenge. I mean, I could probably pull it off, but not really much of a reason to usually.
I got an idea for you guys.
The Rescue for the $10 super chat. Here in Memphis, you're expecting 8 to 10 inches, correct? I said 4 to 8 inches, but I mean, there could be up to 10.
How much do we...
Very possible. You get some of the heavier bands of snow, very possible you get up to 10. But most of that area will see around 4 to 8.
Or maybe, yeah, 68,000 here in the next like, what, 20 minutes?
Thank you, Arkansas, for the 9 months. Coming down strong here in western Arkansas. Again, it's going to be ramping up throughout the next several hours. Buckle up. If you haven't already seen snow, it's definitely going to ramp up here soon.
Get back on the highway, I guess, and go back north, because whatever's going on here is not piquing my interest in the slightest.
Okay, we just got to Benton, so I don't know if you've gotten on the interstate yet, but give us 2 seconds, we'll link up with you. Just trying to get you guys a sub count.
2 seconds.
Oh, we already had 68K.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Oh.
All the way down.
All right.
Okay, if we hit 68.5 thousand subs on this stream, we'll give some memberships.
Oh.
Okay.
We'll get more memberships.
Do I not have the radio on? My radio's not
We were
working, I
not
don't
at
think.
that number when we started.
Let's turn my radio.
That's true, we've gotten 250.
Their radio's on. I think mine's just not on. I have no connection. Unfortunate. Oh, now I have connection.
Alright.
We have a radio system with all the different,
Little
or
while.
many of the chasers that we have. I didn't realize mine wasn't on.
No, what? I'm not the National Forest? What?
Alright, I
I
got
want
one
you to
now.
go to the National Forest.
What possessed you to think that I possibly clicked that? I said Little Rock.
We're already at 68,000. Well, that's all because of you guys. Honestly, my sub count wasn't updating, so.
Whoa, you stupid app. Sorry, I'm crashing out slightly.
DL needs directions to go everywhere.
I don't know how to get back on the interstate from here. Once I get on the interstate,
How's it going, Angela?
until we try to figure out where we're going.
I just need like 2 seconds to grab my computer. Oh, wait. Oh, it's way back here.
Want me to pull off?
Forgot. I didn't get out. I didn't bring it. Oh, no, it's right. Nope, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, guys, we're going.
I'm glad I'm in Orlando. Take care.
I don't know what.
Yeah, if you're in Florida, you're probably happy about this. I gotta say, let's go back to that.
Understand.
It still looks like this is back over in the Texas Panhandle. We've been showing this camera a few times on this live stream. It's the Radar Omega Cyclone Port in Vega, Texas. It's been windy, and the snow's been blowing around this entire time. Crazy. Been like this entire time. Other than like the first hour of the stream. Hey, Tennessee Outdoors for the $10 super chat. What about Powder Springs, Tennessee? Let me look where that is. But most of Tennessee between 4 to 8. Powder Springs, Tennessee, I would probably say still 4 to 8 inches. Again, most of the state will be 4 to 8. Thank you, Devin, for the $10 super chat. Northern Kentucky, just south of Tennessee. What's your take on the snowfall accumulation there? Probably around 2 to 4. 2 to 4 inches would be my forecast. Yeah, right now, the latest model run here is showing about 1 to 3. I'd say 2 to 4, though, is realistic. Thank you also, Corey, for the $20 super chat. Any ice in Nashville? Probably not. I don't expect any ice. Now, here's the thing: if that freezing line does lift far enough north tomorrow, there is a chance that we could get a brief amount of freezing, especially if the temperature goes above freezing and comes back below freezing, because some of it could melt, leading to ice. But I think most of it will just be snow for Nashville, which again can still make the roadway slick. Hey, David, for the $5 super chat. Richmond, Virginia, opinion. Richmond, Virginia. Probably about 2 to 4 inches. Maybe a little bit more. ARRR showing about 2.5, 3 inches right now. But I would say 2 to 4 is a realistic range. Goes out a little bit further here. Still showing around 2 to 4. I'd say realistically, like, if you don't want to get your hopes up, 2 to 4 inches for this entire area. Roanoke, Richmond, Virginia Beach. Again, 2 to 4 inches, meaning you could see as little as 2 up to 4. That's a realistic range. Again, it could change. Again, I'll have a video tomorrow morning talking more about it, in my opinion on that. Because I know a lot of people are asking about Virginia, but it's not going to be as much as like Tennessee, for example, where a lot of areas will be picking up over 4 inches. It's going to be very quick moving through that area, but it will be heavy at times, which is why there will be a bit more snow accumulation in the mid-Atlantic. It's got 2 super chats about Greensboro, North Carolina. Greensboro, right around 1 to 3. Possibly a couple spots near 4 inches, a little bit further to your west. I'd say 1 to 3 is realistic. Again, the snow's only going to last a few hours. It'll be quick, but it will be heavy at times. We are now 400 subscribers from 818,000. I'm curious, what is your guys' prediction on when we're going to hit 1 million subscribers? When do we all think we're hitting it? Put some predictions in the chat. Just curious. Thank you, Samantha, for the $5 super chat. What about Texarkana? Texarkana will be mostly just freezing rain and normal rain for the next couple of hours. It will transition here to snow soon. But it's going to be pretty quick. Again, it's only going to be a little bit of snow. Gonna be a little bit after midnight tonight. Let me go to this so you can see it easier. A lot of people are saying March. Mid-March. This is what it looks like around 6 a.m. So there will be a brief shot of some snow in the Texarkana area. Or Texarkana. Some light to moderate snow. Maybe a brief shot of heavy snow around 6 a.m. But a lot of it's going to be freezing rain and sleet overnight tonight, which will lead to ice accumulation. 1 million subscribers this Saturday. I don't think that's happening. We would need so many people to subscribe. Is your name actually Max? No. It's John. I hate to break it to you. Need snow in Florida? Don't think we're going to see much snow in Florida. I hate to break it to you, but I don't think we're going to see much snow in Florida this year. Very rare for Florida to get snow. If it snows in Florida, then we've got crazy problems. All right, what about Raleigh? Raleigh is going to also probably be right around 1 to 3. I would still say it's on the lower end of like the 1 to 3 range, though. Probably be closer to 1 inch in Raleigh. Thank you, Ash, for the $5 super chat. Seems like it's going to be sitting on Ohio a minute. Any ideas of what to expect for Cleveland? It will be sitting over Ohio most of tomorrow afternoon and evening. But, I mean, it's all light. You can see, like, the colors here. You can see all the dark blues down here. It's much heavier down here. This is all, for the most part, very light to light snow. There won't be many bands of moderate snow. So this it'll be for several hours that we see snow in Cleveland. It's just not going to stack up very much. So, overall, I'm only expecting, like, 1 to 3 in the Cleveland area. Thank you, Alex and WV, for the super chats. I'm in North Texas. It snowed 6 inches. It snowed a lot in North Texas thus far. It has overperformed for most of North Texas. Huge shout out to William for the $50 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for William. Appreciate the generosity. As we go throughout this latest winter storm, let's be mindful that the problems this causes will be a fraction of the pain people in California are going through. I challenge you to give us updates from out west from time to time. I mean, I have, like, on videos, it's hard because I can't do, like, a full live stream on it because we don't really have that many cameras out there that we can use. So, we can't really do live coverage on it, and I honestly think the Los Angeles coverage, the LA Fox 11 did a great job covering it, and I've been watching that over the last few days. But like, if we ever get the tech, like, if we ever are able to get cameras that can, like, really, like, there are cameras out there, we just can't use a lot of them. If we can ever get a set of cameras that we can use for wildfires, I'm definitely not opposed to doing a wildfire stream, because obviously that event out there has been very impactful, and it is still going. It is still going right now. There are red flag warnings down here. You'd see them in Los Angeles. And the fire smoke has been visible on radar several times. Not seeing as much, which is a good sign. So hopefully it's going out a little bit, but there's definitely still some fire smoke near Santa Monica. So, anyway, Aaron for the $5 super chat as well. When you get 1 million subscribers, are you gonna legally change your name to Max? Guys, my name is Max. Alright, it's not John. I was kidding. Not John. Let me legally change my name to my own name. Thank you, Memphis, for the $10 super chat. When do you predict it hits Memphis, and how much? I think Memphis is going to be around 4 to 8 inches. Again, I could see it closer to 10 inches with how things have trended so far. Wouldn't even rule out up to a foot. And it will arrive right around, really, I mean, there will be some snow tonight, but it'll really arrive tomorrow morning for the heaviest snow. This is 3 a.m., 2 a.m., 1 a.m. Again, it'll start overnight tonight. Thank you, Joshua, for the super chat. Savannah, Tennessee. I don't know where Savannah is. Let me look. Most of Tennessee will be mostly just snow. If you get any sort of rain or sleet, which most of it should just be snow, but if you get rain, it will freeze more than likely late tomorrow evening, because the temperatures will go above freezing temporarily, and then it's going to go right back to below freezing, and that's going to create ice accumulation there in southwest Tennessee. Alright. Check the power outages. I don't think we have very many so far. I could be wrong. I'll check. And we actually have 12,000 without power in Texas, but I don't think really any of this is related to the winter storm. Maybe Lamar County, maybe Hansford County, but that would be about it. Oops. It's a 3-cam view here for a second. Alright. Hey, Tabitha for the super chat. Will I be live late tomorrow? I will not be live at all tomorrow, guys. If I go live, it's going to be after 2 p.m. Eastern time. Again, it's a very low chance I actually go live tomorrow. Again, I have college classes. I'm back in the swing of things. This is one of the rare times this semester that I won't be able to go live because of classes. It's not going to be much of a problem in severe weather season because most severe weather happens in the afternoon and evening. Unfortunately, this winter storm is mostly in the morning and early afternoon. It's going to be winding down. I mean, it won't be winding down, but it will be less impactful. It'll just be less significant, really, during the late afternoon and early evening. So, unfortunately, it's kind of a sucky situation, but it is what it is. Hey, Steve-O for the super chat. Max has class? I do. This is my last semester, and then I'll have a bachelor's degree in meteorology. 3.5 years down, half a year to go. Or really, not even half a year. It's really just like 4 months. Max has Riz. Okay. What about Kansas City? Probably around 2 to 4 inches. As a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Also, don't forget to join our Discord server. If you're on Discord, the link's in the description below. You can also follow us on Twitter and Facebook. Those links are down below. It's at MaxVelocityWX. And also, we are using Instagram now. We didn't use that much, but we are now using Instagram, which is also at MaxVelocityWX. If you're on any of those social media platforms, you can follow me on those. We do post rapid-fire updates, and I'll probably be posting updates throughout the day tomorrow, even if I'm not live on those platforms. So, definitely recommend you check them out. We post a lot of stuff, especially on Facebook and Twitter. And at MaxVelocityWX. Link in the description. Thank you, Greg, from East Tennessee, for the $10 super chat. I'm pretty sure you meant to say it'll be sore tomorrow. Again, I will not be live tomorrow for the most part, so unfortunately, not much to put in my throat, but I appreciate the super chat. Thank you also, Tyler, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Bray, for the $5 super chat as well. Paducah, Kentucky here. Kids want to know how much snow we can expect in Paducah. Paducah will be around, I would say, 2 to 4. So you'll probably have enough to go sledding. I mean, it's going to be a bit more of a wet snow, so it's not going to be perfect for sledding, but it should be good. Should be good time, 2 to 4 inches. I saw people skiing in North Texas earlier on the roads. There was no elevation. It was just purely on roads going going straight. Got their skis out. I wish I had a video. I don't have a video. I saw a few photos though. I did see a video somewhere. I don't know where it went though. People do some crazy stuff in North Texas when it snows. Thank you, WV, for the $5 super chat. Rogerville, Tennessee. Again, most of Tennessee, 4 to 8 inches of snow. Bet you'll be glad when classes are done. It'll be when classes are done, we'll be able to do so many more things on these streams. I'm trying to work on some upgrades. Very soon, we are going to have a 24-hour, not like a 24-hour stream. We might, I don't know, but we're gonna have a stream on our second channel soon. That'll be 24/7, but for big events. I'm not gonna have it running for nothing. It'll just be running when there's big stuff happening. So that'll be coming soon to our second channel. And I don't know when it'll be done, but it'll be done at some point. Been trying to work on it for a while. The link to our second channel will be in the chat if you don't know what it is. Shout out to James with a $10 PayPal donation. For some reason, I am not seeing the messages for these donations. I don't know why. Oh, no, I see it. Never mind. The side roads in St. Louis are still not plowed, and a lot of the lanes on the highways end out of nowhere into snowbanks from the snowstorm Sunday. Do you know how much we are expecting to add to that? It won't be much. It'll be like 1 to 3 inches for most of that area. Maybe a couple spots near 4 inches. It'll obviously be more to add to the chaos, but yeah, it's not going to be like significant. It'll be 1 to 3 for most areas. A couple spots near 4. Hey, Jessica, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Huge shout out to all the members of the channel. Without you guys, a lot of these streams with Storm Chasers just wouldn't be possible. All the upgrades we're doing also wouldn't be possible, so I do appreciate all the members of the channel. Thank you, Tyler, for the super chat as well. Go back to Ben's camera. What is Ben looking at? One's Ben. 5. Ben's driving through a town. Hey, Jeff, for the super chat. Ben raid? I don't think I can do a Ben raid. I don't think that's even possible. I don't think Ben has this thing on still. Unless he changed it. And nope, can't do Ben. Ben still has not changed the thing I told him to change like half a year ago. Thank you, Art, for the $5 super chat. I've been watching your forecast all week in Cumming, Georgia. Hopefully you stay safe. I appreciate you watching our videos. And thank you also, Petra, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you also, Mount Pleasant, for the super chat. Waiting for snow in northern Mississippi and for the cheese curd cam. She's not in the right spot for the camera. I'll have to get a different camera that can like move around more. Thank you, Cindy, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. As always, thank you guys all for tuning into the live streams and whatnot. Appreciate the support as always. We are oh so close to 1 million subscribers. I'm gonna have to make sure, like, whenever 1 million subscribers happens, we're gonna have to be live. Like, it's gonna have to happen live. I'm gonna have to strategically plan that we are gonna be live whenever that happens. It's gonna have to be on a severe weather day or something, because or a winter storm, whatever it might be, because like that's gonna have to be timed right. I don't want it to happen in the middle of the night, because I'll just stay up if that actually happens. We're gonna have to strategically plan how to get subscribers. You alright, I got a few different things here. Thank you to Cindy again for the super chat. Thank you, Arkansas, for the super chat. Now I can tie my old hood down to my 81 F-150 and pull my... Oh, okay, that's interesting. Thanks for the super chat. Thank you, Enukia, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. I live in Tennessee. Our company is shutting down for tomorrow and the weekend, but I wanted to say thank you. Does not cut it for the great information you dedicated to make public aware of all sorts of weather data. I appreciate that, and I try to communicate everything clearly. I do appreciate the super chat. Also, thank you, Alex, for the $5 super chat. What about extreme southern middle Tennessee? I would say about 3 to 6 inches for most of the border there. Alright, we got a couple more PayPal donations as well. Thank you, Kyle, for the $5 PayPal donation. Flying into Atlanta tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. I think you'll be fine flying in at 8, Kyle. I don't think there'll be as many problems, because it's going to be above freezing in that area by then. So, you should be fine flying in. It'll just be raining, so unless rain causes a delay, it should be fine. And also, thank you, Steve, for the $10 PayPal donation. Appreciate that. Thank you, Kurt, for the $100 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Kurt. Appreciate the generosity. Make your dream happen to keep people safe. I appreciate that. And thank you again for your generosity. You are way too kind. W's in the chat for Kurt. Thank you, Julian, for a super chat. New York City, probably a coating to a couple inches. Thank you, CD, also for the super chat. Appreciate that. Also, thank you, Beth. How's it going for Mississippi? I don't know what Ben is even looking at. Looks kind of cool, though. I'm not gonna lie. Back to the 3-camera overlay. What should I expect in Northeast Ohio? A coating to a couple inches. Hey, German, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. Max Velocity second channel raid? Yeah, okay. Let me raid the second channel. Hey, Jeff, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. You know, I do want to try to get our second channel to... I do want to post more videos on our second channel. Like, just kind of like videos that are more detailed and just like... Not like the... Like, I want to do stuff that's like different from the main channel in a way, but it's still weather related. Like, you know, I tried to do that with like the Atmospheric River event back in December. I do want to do more stuff on the second channel. I just haven't. But I do want to try to do more stuff on that channel. I wish it would snow in Florida. Keep wishing. Gotta go to Disneyland or Disney World whenever there's the fake soap coming out of the sky. Thank you, Austin, for the $10 super chat. Snow Shield is still present in Searcy, Arkansas. It's going to be like that for a little bit. Again, it'll go away in an hour, probably. Thank you for your service, by the way. Thank you, Amanda, for the $5 super chat. And Joseph. I have a flight on Saturday at 12 p.m. Central in Nashville. I mean, I'm not sure if it'll be fine by that point, but I think it'll be okay as long as they clear the runways, which they probably will. So it should be fine. What HRRR model run am I on? I'm on the latest one. It's the 00Z run. Hey, Brian for the $20 super chat. Hey, Tyler for the super chat. You guys are going crazy with these super chats. I was about to read something. I don't know where it went. About Chicago, coating to 2 inches. Not much up there. As a reminder, today's stream is brought to you by shopmaxvelocity.net. Again, if you want to get 750,000 subscriber merch, again, it's out for a limited time. Really cool design. We got t-shirts, hats, and stickers. That is the top link in the description below at shopmaxvelocity.net. Again, these are very comfortable. I'm wearing the Max Velocity hoodie today. But if you want to get any sort of 750,000 subscriber merch, it is out for a limited time, out for about a week and 3 days. So about 10 days from now, it'll be gone forever. And then our million merch, for those that are wondering, we will probably do a pre-sale on million subscriber merch a little bit before we get to a million, because what we're going to be doing for a million, we're going to have a t-shirt design, which is going to be amazing. It's going to be out of this world. It's going to be way better than what we have right now. We'll have million subscriber merch. Really cool t-shirt design. And the hat, we'll be doing normal hats, but we'll also be doing signed hats. The signed hats will be million subscribers, obviously, and we'll be doing, I think, 300 of them. We did 200 hats for 500k, so we'll probably do 300 or 500 million subscriber hats. I'm not sure which number yet, so I'll probably break my hand when I'm doing that. Thank you, Bomb, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate the generosity. We want cheese curd merch. It's coming soon. It's coming soon. I don't know when, but it's coming at some point. We got a lot of different collections coming. We got a Supercell collection coming at some point. Obviously, a million subscribers at some point. And then we got cheese curd merch coming at some point, too. Links is going to be in the chat, by the way. It's also pinned in the chat if you want to check out the merch. And we also have Drunk NATO merch. We have Flying Trampoline merch at our store as well. And normal Max Velocity merch. Links in the chat. It's also top link in the description. Alright, I'm going to give chat a look again real quick. My YouTube keeps freezing. To keep refreshing my chat. As a reminder, again, we will not be live tomorrow, more than likely. So, again, unfortunately, it's kind of one of those days that I just can't go live. If you were hoping that I'd be live tomorrow, I won't. But there will be Storm Chasers out there like Connor, Storm Intermedia. Brandon Kopic will be out there. I have no clue who else will be live tomorrow. I've not seen anybody post about being live other than those three. I think Tyler Kurtz will be too. Storm Chaser-wise, that's like the only people I know that'll definitely be live. Alright. They also sorry for the super chat. Alright. With all that said, yeah, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, like the stream if you've enjoyed the stream today. Thank you for 10,000 likes. Appreciate all the new members today. If you want to support the page above and beyond to help us be able to make more upgrades to the channel, we're trying to do a lot of upgrades, adding more Storm Chasers, all that sort of stuff. If you become a member with the join button down below, it starts from $2.99. It helps go a long way. I really do appreciate all the members on this channel. Without you guys, again, a lot of this stuff would not be possible. So if you want to consider supporting our channel above and beyond, to be able to have more Storm Chasers on our channel and all that sort of stuff, because again, it's not free. If you want us to be able to continue to, upgrade our setup and all that, you become a member down below. It is the join button, or it is the second to top link, I think, in the description below. Again, thank you to all the members and mods on this channel. Thank you guys all for keeping the chat safe. This will probably be our last live stream, pending if I go live tomorrow afternoon. This will probably be our last live stream. for at least a week. There might be one later this month for another winter storm. So as always, I appreciate you guys always tuning into these live streams. It's always fun. 4 hours here on today's live stream. This is our shortest live stream of the new year. The last shortest live stream was 11 hours long. So, yeah, this is by far the shortest live stream that we've had this year. Real quickly, I do want to go to the Vega camera. It's actually crazy there still. So it's still very windy over there in the Texas Panhandle. So... But other than that, also, if you want to support the page, again, there's links in the description. We have Venmo, PayPal, and also, again, membership links. And by no means do you have to support the page financially, but it does help us out a lot to be able to make upgrades. And, yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming up in the near future. So I do appreciate you guys all watching. Thank you, Mary, for becoming a member. We'll be back, again, with a video tomorrow morning, bright and early. We'll have a video. We will not be live, I don't think, tomorrow because of... other conflicts IRL, so unfortunately, but I would almost always be live for something like tomorrow, just I can't. And as always, make sure to follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and join our Discord server. The links are in the description if you've not already. Go check those out, and we'll be back again tomorrow morning with a video, and then we'll have a video Saturday talking about what's upcoming for the rest of January. So a lot of stuff happening over the next 48 hours. Stay safe tomorrow, stay warm. Hopefully you guys don't have anything too crazy in your area. We'll see you guys all again in the next live stream or video. It'll be video tomorrow. And we'll see you guys all again soon. We're rating Storm Intermedia, so stay here. And we'll rate Storm Intermedia real quick. And we'll see you guys all again later. Bye-bye.